Angry tonight?
Welcome, everybody. It is June 20th, 2022. This is a work session of the Billings City Council. For anybody who might be new to the process or new with us this evening, work sessions are the times where we have a little more informal process. We do our regular business meetings. We do have a lengthy agenda tonight. There's a copy back on the card if anybody is interested. Councilmember Treaty asked it would be done by 7:30. I said that would be no problem as long as it's 7:30 long. Yes. So we will have to buckle down. I do ask you to look and see, think about how long we might be here if we dally. Before we get going, I also I think we'll have some a request for an agenda adjustment for our city administrator in a minute. I would encourage the council to consider whether everybody wants to make a motion to, as we've done in the past, recent past, invite public comment on non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting as well as at the end, consistent with what we've done recently. So with that, and before I turn it over to our city administrator for a few preliminaries, I do want to just make a few introductory comments. Starting just a week ago on Monday, June 13th, our neighbors here in Billings and in Red Lodge, Park City, Laurel, Bromberg, Belfry, Roscoe, Gardner, Livingston, Cook City, and other communities around Montana experienced the worst flooding that most of us have ever seen in our lifetime. On Wednesday and Thursday, our own water treatment plant was forced to dramatically reduce service to our community as the city commenced water conservation procedures. Fortunately, because of the hard work and resiliency of the many flood victims and the selfless contributions of thousands of their neighbors, and in many cases, complete strangers, our communities are already back on the road to recovery. And thanks to the hard work of city leaders, city staff, volunteers, and partners like Northwestern Energy and Phillips 66, an abundant supply of clean water is again flowing to the taps around the city of Billings after only a brief delay. On behalf of our city, and Ann and myself personally, I want to express our most sincere condolences to everyone who has suffered and is continuing to suffer loss as a result of this natural disaster. The road back will be long and difficult for many of our neighbors, and I encourage us all to support them in whatever way we can, both corporately and as individuals. For example, I would encourage the city administrator and city staff to consider whether there's any affordable way to reduce some of the landfill tipping fees for non-Billings residents who have to drive here from Red Lodge and other neighboring cities to dispose of their flood debris. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris, our city administrator, who I believe would like to make his own comments concerning the events of last week. Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. So if you apologize for some of the repeats, but I wanted to definitely thank Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director, Jennifer Dre, Deputy Public Works Director, Louis Engels, their teams at the water plant, truly from, and then Victoria Hill. So from roughly the time we were in here a week ago till Friday when the FEMA director walked out of the parking lot at the water plant, we were pretty much, those folks were on around the clock during that time period to get the water, keep the water from being turned off. Then when they did have to turn the plant off, to keep that to as short as I think about 5.5 hours, maybe it was 6.5 hours, and get things going again. So a significant thank you to them in dealing with the flash floods. And I know names of people I don't know by name at the plant itself who worked tirelessly to make that work as well. Thought the press conference went well. Thank you, Victoria, and again, all those involved. I can't tell you how helpful it was to have a communications person throughout all of this, helping us have what I think was a successful time. You'll never know for sure, but to have a director from FEMA here in Montana and on site so that we could show her, as well as Senator Tester's staff, our BRIC grant, our $50 million BRIC grant application, which yes, the flash flood was not, our grant application isn't directly tied to the flash flood, but we were able to show that our dependence on the river and the vulnerabilities of the river, whether it be oil, ice, drought, or flood, all we are at a scenario where we have hours of water in reserve. And of course, our reservoir project in our second plant, we wanted to make the point very clear that that's what we've applied for the BRIC grant for the past 2 years. That will supply us with 40 days of water. So rather than hours, and I can tell you when we had our conversation with the hospitals and many other in the community, you know, talking about losing water was a pretty big deal. So thank you to all those folks who helped make that go as well as it could. Then before I have Debbie come up to give, because it wasn't over, it kept raining this weekend, an unrelated, she's going to talk about some flooding that really is unrelated to the river, and it takes a little bit of explanation to understand that. Before she does that, though, I am going to ask that we shorten our agenda tonight. Item 3, I'd originally intended that item 3 would come after a couple of conversations tonight, but frankly, some have thought maybe we were preempting, and that was not my intent at all. It was not my attempt to throw out the RFP process to preempt any of the amendments. But I think after the discussions, it will be cleaner after we get a budget adopted, whether that happens next week or shortly thereafter. So I'd ask that you just frankly remove item 3 from the agenda. And if you want to come back to it at some point after the budget gets adopted, we can do that if it's important. So at whatever point, Mayor, you wanted to ask for the motion to remove item 3, and then I will have Debbie giving an update on some of the other flooding that we experienced over the weekend.
Thank you. After Debbie, we'll address those agenda issues and also the question of public comment. So Debbie.
Okay. Yeah, so there have been a lot of questions about the amount of precipitation we got yesterday and some of the impacts that we saw on that. We did see anywhere from about 1.9 inches on this event out at Yellowstone Country Club to 1.5 throughout the rest of the city, or 1.4. So it was a significant amount of water. Some of the areas that we struggled with were due to the reduced capacity that we have in our outfalls, which I had mentioned last week. With the river high, specifically the city-county drain, we were able to uncover it today, and basically the river, when it flooded, moved a sandbar in front of our outfall. So there's very little capacity in that one right now. We're digging that out as best we can, trying to create some more space. But the river did a job on us again, so we're trying to recover from that. So do you want to talk about some of the damages at the water and the wastewater plant? Sure. Just to let you know where we are, the wastewater plant had very little. We had some guardrail, a lot of riprap that will have to be replaced. Nothing horrible at the wastewater plant. The water plant, most of you saw, like the catwalk we'll have to replace. We had some damage in some electrical, a little bit of our some of our chemical mixers, that sort of thing. So we're thinking probably with the catwalk included, $500,000 at the water plant. That catwalk's about $380,000 of that. So substantial on that one. Wastewater plant, much less.
Thank you very much. Do we have some questions for Debbie, Councilmember Purington?
Are those costs recoverable through insurance?
So we're self-insured. So I'm not sure how the whole insurance works. Well, on property, I don't think we are. Anything under $1 million, I think we have coverage for under our normal insurance.
Yeah, I don't know what our deductible is off the top of my head. We'd have our deductible. I think there'd be 2 components. Certainly, if there's an insurance claim to be made, we would make it. Secondly, we will debate and try to understand the merits of declaration of an emergency on our end. I mean, if there are eligible costs that we could be reimbursed 75% to by the federal government because of the declaration, because of the flash flood, then from a staff perspective, we'll bring you those best options to recover as much of those funds as we can.
Thank you very much. Any other questions for Debbie? Debbie, again, thank you to you and your staff for the last week.
I will pass it along to him. Thank you.
I hope you never have to do it again.
I probably won't do it again, for the record.
Yes. Yeah. It's Councilmember Neese, unless you live 500 years, and that's maybe not all bad. I don't know. Okay, council, you've heard the two requests for agenda adjustments here. What's your pleasure? Councilmember Neese?
Make a motion that we add a session of public comment, non-agenda items prior to item number 1.
Second.
Councilmember Joy, any discussion? Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I agree, and I think it's really great to have it at the beginning. I think we should be mindful of the time, and so I liked last time, I think we said, an hour or something like that. I mean, that seems like that's plenty of time, but I feel like that should maybe be part of this motion.
I'll take that as a friendly amendment. I considered what was out there, and I didn't think they would talk for over
I
an
don't
hour,
think they
but-
will either, but
But I agree. I think we would make a time limit, or at least allow the mayor to cut it off at some time.
Okay, the motion is to have a time limit in the mayor's discretion. That's my interpretation of that motion. If that's consistent with Councilmember Joy's second, okay, that's the motion. I'll just comment, we don't want to have to do this at the beginning of every meeting. So I think we will want to develop some sort of, call it standing order, and whether Gina can give us some advice about whether we can just vote on that once and then it'll just be in place, or if we really have to vote on it at every meeting, we can at least say pursuant to the standard proposal, is there a motion, just to speed up this process in the future. Any further discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Then the other issue is item number 3. Councilmember Shaw?
thank you. I make a motion to remove item number 3 for the time being.
Councilmember Ripsis? Discussion. Is there any discussion? Now, Councilmember Neese?
And Chris, I guess, I was looking forward to talking about this tonight, but I think it is tied more to the budget. And if the whole council wants to talk about it later, but I would like to see it come back soon. I think it's important that this be discussed. And I think it'll roll into our budget discussion anyway. But it would be nice to have some time set aside to actually focus in on this piece of it.
Chris, you want to comment about when we would see this? I agree. It's one of those things that's inevitable in our budget discussion tonight even, but.
So I think the target would be the work session after the budget gets adopted. And I say that, I'm not certain off the top of my head what's on that agenda, but we would want to be back to you within weeks of budget adoption to get that process moving. So here in the month of July is when I would bring it back to you.
Okay. Further discussion. Councilmember Ripsis?
Yes, Chris, what is the timing on when we have to decide whether or not to levy the mills? Is it September?
Yes, we get from Department of Revenue, I believe by the first meeting, first Monday or first Tuesday after the first Monday in August, they've got to give us our value, and then we got a few weeks after that of which we got to set the levy by. And then I think that drop dead is maybe that first Monday in September.
So we can pass the budget, and then if we decide at some point this summer not to levy those mills, just have an amendment to back that authority out.
That is true. You will not actually set the mill levy until that later date because we do not know what a mill is worth in Billings until Department of Revenue tells us that number.
Thank you.
Okay. Further discussion. Councilmember Gulick?
It does seem that one of the items that's related to the mental health and substance abuse two mills is funding for the crisis response units. And I understand there is a deadline for having a matching grant on that. Did I read that correctly? That that's something we do want to move on sooner rather than 2 weeks from today or tomorrow, I guess it would be.
Chris, can you comment on that and specifically
Sure.
whether the availability of the marijuana, $400,000 is sufficient to provide whatever assurance is needed to support that grant application?
So I do believe the anticipated marijuana money is sufficient. It's part of the question. Second one, though, and we will get into this more in item number 4 on the agenda, is that, yeah, there are some grant opportunities that we believe are certainly enhanced if we've got an adopted budget that includes the crew program. If it doesn't include the crew program, that doesn't mean it's dead, but we won't be in the position, at least in July, to make that application. So that's a part of, I think, the dialogue in item 4, and ultimately a decision that you'll decide either a week, not tonight, but a week from tonight, if you're going to put it in the budget to be adopted, both enough revenue to cover, but more specifically, whether you support a program. So in these regards, your trust in me it requires that I follow through or don't move forward on something that you haven't supported. So when it comes to how we spend these 2 mills, if they're approved, 1, 2, or none, without your guys' nod on the programs that we would be going in, I will not be moving forward without that nod. So.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Again, the motion is simply to delete item 3, the the decision or instruction to staff about moving forward with the 2 mill assessment. Take that off our agenda for tonight. If in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, if opposed, say nay. I heard the voice of God or Councilmember Owen. She's with us. Okay. Councilmember Owen, and I apologize if I don't see you, and I won't. And Kevin Iflin, our Assistant City Administrator, doesn't throw something at me to get my attention. You have permission to just shout out and make yourself heard if you need to comment, okay?
I appreciate that, Mayor. I'm in a place where I don't have great reception, so I have my video off so that at least I can have audio.
Okay. Well, we understand. Do what you need to do to catch our attention if you need to. With that, I think we'll move into item number 1. Chris, anything further before we do so?
Really, we just wanted to share this opportunity with you. We've got a couple of visitors this evening. Want to show the trailer for an exciting event that's going to be at the Alberta Bear Theater. So if you want to come on up.
So tonight, Megan Amberly, sadly, Montana has been, Councilmember Ripsos.
I'm sorry, we're going to open up the public comments first.
Oh, thank you for catching that. We've passed that. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to comment on anything not on our agenda this evening? You'll have an opportunity at the very end of our meeting as our usual procedure, but we don't want to make you wait what might be a number of hours. If you would like to comment on anything, you came here tonight to do that on something not on our agenda, please come forward. Any public comment on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we will close the public comment period. Thank you for catching that. Sadly, Montana has been at the forefront or the low front, maybe it is, of tremendous rates of mental illness and suicide in our community, and we're going to learn more about that. We have some local heroes in our community that are going to be recognized, like Key Dunning. So please tell us who you are and what hiding in plain sight is all about.
Well, thank you all for having me here today, and I know you've got a robust agenda, so we'll keep this as short as possible. My name is Megan Kangayika. I'm joined by my good friend and former colleague, Amberly Payhut. And the two of us, well, me especially, I'm a very small player in what's been a huge 8 to 10 year project called Hiding in Plain Sight, which is a Ken Burns produced documentary, a 2-part documentary that features local private practice therapist Key Dunning, as well as 2 local Montana families who have dealt with mental health for young people in their lives. This documentary features just over 20, I think, families across the country, 2 of which are from Montana. One is a local family here in Billings. Key was approached about 9 years ago by Ken Burns's folks to be interviewed for this potential documentary at the time. And then she offered up a couple of the families that she's had the distinct privilege of working with. This has been a long time coming, and it's a huge event in the making. Our goal was to fill Alberta Bear Theater Monday, June 27th and June 28th. It's a two-part documentary. It's tough to fill the theater in the middle of summer for 2 nights in a row, and yet we've managed to come pretty darn close to doing that. This event is free. Tickets must be reserved. You all will be in council. However, I highly encourage you and invite you to attend part 2 of that series. If you get on Alberta Bear's website and you don't see any tickets, please let us know, and I'm sure we can secure a seat for you because it's really essential that all of you attend this. You can also view it on PBS. They will be playing this documentary throughout the course of the summer. However, one thing that we felt like we needed to do as a community was get a group of key stakeholders and community members, educators, parents, healthcare providers, et cetera, together to really view this impactful film together in order to take action after that. I'd invite us to show this particular trailer, and you can kind of see how the red is like just scooted up. You can like start it from the very beginning there. Of the video. You'll see Key Dunning in this trailer, as well as two of the two Montana families are also featured in here. You'll see a young man by the name of Gabe. He's from Miles City. And then you'll also see a young man by the name of McLean, who is our Billings resident, who is incredibly brave, and his family is incredibly brave. McLean Clark and his parents, Joe and Mary Clark, to be featured in this film. And then, if you have any questions, I brought my friend and smarty with me, Amberly, because she's really been involved in this quite a bit longer than I have, and can answer any additional questions that you might have about what happens next after this documentary, because we can't just view it and then let it go stagnant. So invite us to go ahead and view that now, please. Oh, looks like we need sound.
Ready? We're gonna get feedback. Okay, can we do it? Just need to pull it up on the other computer.
Excuse for just a couple minutes. This is the first time we have ever had audiovisual difficulties, so we don't really know what the problem is, but
Mayor,
I'm sure
in
it's
the
a 500-year event.
yes, it's a 500-year event.
Mayor, in the interest of time, can I tell a few
Please,
things that will
Amberly.
happen afterwards while we're pulling this up? So Key Dunning wanted us to share her regards with all of you this evening. She could not be here in person because she's actually been invited to the White House along with McLean from Billings to talk about this documentary and the impact that it is having and will continue to have. I've been involved in fundraising for the last 20 years. A lot of that was surrounding mental health when I worked at Billings Clinic. And this summer, earlier this spring, Key approached a group of us to talk about this documentary she had been featured in and how she just wanted to love the kids that were featured in it. And she's been in practice for over 40 years. She's developed these incredible concepts. They're called key concepts, imagine that. But they really are the fundamentals of mental health and bringing families together to really create change. And so following the documentary, as Megan mentioned, we have almost a sold out crowd. Most of the PBS producers from New York will actually be in Billings next Monday and Tuesday for the documentary. But we've also partnered with the private colleges and the Montana University system. So after the premiere this summer, they're actually going to take the documentary to the college campuses across Montana, give students an opportunity to come together, to watch this, to talk about these hard things. And then Key is going to work with student life professionals and counselors in the student body to really create that lasting change. So thank you so much for your time tonight and for your interest.
I couldn't make sense of the emotions
Why am I acting this way?
When I'm mad on the inside, I'm mad on the outside.
When feelings really interfere with their everyday ability to live, that's a challenge.
I feel very unmotivated, disinterested.
I had so many emotions that I had to deal with.
You may have a hard time identifying that something is wrong.
It's not like cute to like be popping pills every day and like overdose this many times.
I just didn't want to talk about it. I just wanted to leave it alone.
At that age, how are you ever going to admit, I can't see past tomorrow?
These are the chronic issues of early life.
Why are so many kids having these issues?
Everybody's got their own story.
These are the journeys of more than 20 young Americans from all over the country and all walks of life, who have struggled with thoughts and feelings that have troubled and at times overwhelmed them. They share what they have learned about themselves, their families, and the world they live in.
You're fighting this fight that you truly have no idea whether you're going to win or not. Stay strong in your resolve, because you're worth it.
They speak for many of us. They speak to all of us.
I would also invite you to visit hidinginplainsightdocumentary.com. There you can view a customized message from Key Dunning, which we recorded prior to her heading off to DC, along with McLean's family who leave tomorrow. And so this is just such an important initiative. We know that we have a mental health crisis that's only been exacerbated by COVID, but this project was long in the making prior to that. So I would really encourage all of you to take the time to view this so that we can tackle this together as a community, as healthcare providers, educators, and certainly as parents. So any questions for us?
I don't see any, but thank you very much for your service to our community and to Key and the other heroes represented in this great show. So,
And thank you to Jennifer for inviting us, and I know she's on Zoom, so thank you so much.
very good. Thank you. We have an opportunity for public comment after each item during our work session. Is there any public comment on this item before we move to item number 2? Councilmember, we'll close the public comment period, but Councilmember Puritan?
No, this is my public comment.
Well,
I worked with Key at, when I was a school nurse for Catholic schools, and she's just amazing.
She is. She's very, very special.
She really is, yeah. She's done a great job with these kids, and one of these families, they actually, come from the Catholic school system. And Key is just, she's such a hard worker, and she does have a love for these kids, so, yeah.
thank you very much. Okay, we'll move to item number 2, our Transportation Improvement Program Amendment. Our Transportation Planner, Scott Walker, is our presenter this evening. Scott, it's all yours.
Mayor and Council. Actually, Rusty Logan from Met Transit is going to tag team with me on this one. This is, for those of you who are new to the process or certainly forgotten a little bit about this, our Transportation Improvement Program basically is our accounting document that we use to keep track of all the federal highway projects and federal transit projects as they come through Billings. This is an accounting document. We are in Amendment 3 now because there's been, this is our third amendment of this, of the original 2021-2024 TIP. And we do these amendments for really a couple different reasons. One, if the scope of a project has changed, but more commonly, if the costs have changed. Most everything that you'll see tonight on the highway side of things, or the stuff I'll talk about, are cost-related items that are being funded by federal highways. So there's no local funding coming out of our coffers here. The first one is our bypass project. You all are familiar with that. And you can see, there's 5 bullet points there that you'll see in just a second in full. We've got basically there's been some right-of-way costs that have been updated throughout the bypass. Another one, the second bullet point there, 5 Mile Road. There's been some additional drainage added to the project. Yellowstone River Bridge has updated cost. The Johnson Lane interchange has been updated cost, and a little particular on that one. They're basically, if you saw a graphic of this, they're adding a north frontage road that will continue all the way through instead of tee off. So the frontage road is going to be added in as part of the entire part of the project, and that's why this amendment piece is in here. And then as part of the bypass as well, the railroad overpass, again, there's been an updated cost there as well. Actually, that project also has been split into 2 different projects. They'll do like a north and south piece of that overpass, and that's due to some right-of-way happenings that MDT's dealing with at present. Also, this always is a question, but this project is on schedule. I know there's a couple of council folks that like to hear that, but yeah, it's going quite well, actually. The next one on the list here is the I-90 River Bridge project, and that's they're right at Colson Park, as we all are familiar. That's updating costs. That particular project is on schedule as well. There has been, though, the last surge that Debbie spoke about that we're all well aware of, the access road that they built to help build one of the main structures needed some extra work on that. So they're going through and rebuilding that, but there should be very little loss of time on that particular project. Again, on schedule. West Billings Interchange. This is a project actually that's going from the West Billings Interchange to what the Department of Transportation calls Moss Main Interchange, which is basically the East Laurel Interchange. This is will be what MDT calls a mill and fill. They'll take off the pavement of the interstate and then add fresh. This is a newer project, and again, there's really has been no delays. They're working, I know, with the city to focus. There's apparently a water line there they're dealing with, but that's being handled as well. And then the last, just a couple here. Thank you, Rusty. We got 27th Street, First Avenue South to Airport Road. This is just an update for the final cost. The punch list items have been done for that. That project's basically done in its entirety. And then the last one I'll mention, Main Street. We've updated the cost on that project, and if you've forgotten the last time I was here and we kind of introduced the Main Street project, that's going to be another mill and overlay. They'll also finish off some sidewalk work and some ADA ramps on that one. But that's all I have from a highway side, but I can answer any questions anybody has.
Okay, questions, Councilmember Bernice.
Scott, on the Main Street project, wasn't there supposed to be some median changes to allow some kind of shrubbery and bushes or trees or something like that along the median on the north? Is it the north end of that project?
I sure hope there are, but at this point, I haven't been lucky enough to been present in any of those meetings, so I'm not sure. But I can certainly get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Debbie, did you want to comment on that?
Oh, good.
So we don't own the water system in that area, so we would have had to connect it to Heights, and there was nothing anywhere close to be able to run those water lines over. In addition, MDT has rules about clear zone, what can be in it and what can't. So anything greater than 4 inch was not allowed in medians. and it had to be so far away from the drive lanes. So by the time we put together a few different conceptual plans, sent it off, by the time they put that together to meet their criteria, there was nothing left, so we couldn't add anything to them. So we went through the process and didn't really end up with anything. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions for Scott? Scott, in an email, I didn't include the whole council, but I asked whether we had any reason to think whether recent flooding events would impact these projects, their feasibility, the costs. I think the answer I got back was not that you know of, but obviously if there were, we might see a further amendment.
Yeah, certainly if there needs to be more money put toward any one of the projects I just mentioned, yeah, you probably see, if it's substantial enough to justify an amendment. At this point, we don't see anything. The one I mentioned on the Yellowstone River Bridge project, where their access bridge was kind of washed out in a place, that's going to be fixed, but that's not part of the main structure. That's just their working road that they're using to stage equipment and that kind of thing.
Okay, good. Anything else for Scott? There's nothing to approve. This is just for informational purposes, I guess. So we'll.
Right, but
Rusty.
Rusty's next to handle the transit side of things.
Yep. Rusty, all yours.
Mayor, Council, good evening. So transit, when you look at it, it looks like there's a lot of changes, but it's really just adding clarity to a lot of the tables that we had in place. So on that 5307, Section 5307 CARES table, we actually added in the additional COVID funds that we'd received. That would include the American Rescue Plan funds, and then we did end up with a transfer from the Montana Department of Transportation out of the rural funds that they were unable to use on this CARES Act. So actually all the urbans ended up with a transfer. That for us ended up around 1.2 million. At the urging of the Federal Transit Administration, we also moved a capital project out of that CARES table just to take better advantage of the capital rates that we could get on our formulary 5307, which is reflected in the other table. So we moved that bus purchase actually to the section 5307. Typically we use those funds for a 50-50 cap or a 50-50 operational match, but using those as capital funds allowed us to better match at 80-20. And those CARES Act funding, all the COVID funding is all 100% federal. So it was nice of them to point that out for us. If you want to click over to the next slide there, Scott, thank you. All right, then on the 5339, which is dedicated capital funding, we do now have two tables divided there. We've been very lucky to have received a number of competitive grants here since about 2018. So we did receive the request that we started breaking out those competitive and formula funds that we receive every year. So formula funding, couple changes there. That now includes that training lot project that we're moving on with Knife River. And the competitive table also includes that recently awarded $3 million federal grant that we received earlier this year for updates to the Met Transit facilities and some repairs. 5310 is pretty straightforward. This is our coordination fund for human services related transportation in the area. This project table was updated just to reflect the coordination group projects that were selected to occur in FY23. And then on the transit side, that amount did actually go down a little bit for future years. So we just budgeted or projected out a decreased amount on those as far as that table goes. So. And that wraps it up for the transit side, if anybody has any questions about any of this.
Questions for Rusty? Any questions for Rusty? Don't see any.
All right, thank you very much.
We can wrap this up by telling you that this document was reviewed at our technical advisory committee on May 17th. We were with the planning board last week, I guess. Planning board action will be next week. We're here today at council. Council action will be next week at your meeting. Actually, commission discussion was canceled today, but we'll be at the commission tomorrow. And then the policy coordinating committee will meet on this item on their July 19th meeting. This is all part of our transportation planning process, and we'll get through it.
Okay, if there's no other questions for Rusty or Scott, we'll open up for public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 2, the transportation improvement plan amendment number 3? Any public comment? Nobody's coming toward the podium, and no one's online, so we'll close the public comment period. Anything further, council, before we move to the new item 3, which is the former item 4? Don't see any, so we're now on having deleted item number 3. The new item number 3 is Substance Abuse Connect and Crisis Response Unit presentation. Kevin's working to bring up the slides, and we will get our presenter, Kristen. Chris, I assume you didn't have anything in the way of introduction before I turn it over to Kristen, I'm assuming.
Sorry, just got some handouts for you guys. It's actually what was in the packet material, so it's nothing new, but so you can have a hard copy. And I'll put some in the back for anyone who don't.
Okay, then we'll hand it over to Kristen Lundgren, our Director of Substance Abuse Connect.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, as Kristen's getting set up here, I did want to, the last few conversations we've had relative to Substance Abuse Connect have been in the form of question and answer. So we dive right in the middle of kind of the conversation. So I thought as our staff and Substance Abuse Connect, we're working in preparation for how to bring everyone up to speed on the work that's been done and how the crisis response units fit in. I thought it would certainly be appropriate for Kristen to kind of start from that baseline information, remind us of the work that's gone on over the past several years, how we're to this point, and then ultimately the proposal, of which we're in a work session. You do not have to take any action on. It's all lead up information for next week or some future time to make decisions about investing in this partnership on the crisis response unit. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kristen Lundgren.
Mayor and council members, thank you so much for giving us time again to be on the agenda. It's an honor to be working with you on these problems and also hope for our community. And I'm grateful to the voters for voting for this public safety mill levy and for this opportunity to address, these serious problems. So I just want to start by saying that I'm just glad that we can be here. What a privilege, really, to stand here and to be able to interact with you like this and to work on solving problems for our community. So mostly I'm just grateful to be here. I'm just grateful to have this opportunity to share a little bit more with you about the background of this proposal. So I'm going to be talking about what the status quo is today and what we're proposing moving to, because I thought that would be helpful. I'm going to talk a little bit about the alignment of 3 in-depth system reviews that have happened in our community and come to the same conclusion, which is part of why we're bringing this proposal to you today. And then more specifics on my proposal or our proposal. And I'd also like to say that I know that there have been many questions that I hope a lot of them are answered tonight, but I'm sure they won't all be. And, certainly would love to make time to meet with any of you one-on-one or in small groups to address other things that we just don't get into tonight or aren't answered to your satisfaction. I just think, like I've said before, that this is an opportunity for us to do something and get something right. And I really believe in all of your brains and what you've been hearing from your constituents. And I just know that working together will make this better. So that's an open invitation. So this is the status quo. In 2021, the police and fire responded to about 7,700 behavioral health related calls, averaging about 21 a day. You can see on the left in the picture that 1,200 of those were suicide attempts and threats. Over 5,000 were welfare checks and 900 and some were drug investigations. So this is a very conservative number of behavioral health related calls. There are probably more, but we went with the just very most direct calls and put them up there for you. On average, the time spent on a call is an hour. Usually responding are 2 officers and a fire engine. So the cost for the 2 officers is about $150. The cost for the fire engine is about $175. So that's currently what we're doing with these behavioral health calls. That's the status quo in our community. So these are the 3 system recommendations that are aligning for us to come to you with this mobile crisis proposal. First is the CPSM recommendation 21. Second is the Substance Abuse Connect assessment that has led to activity 6 on our plan. And finally, the National Guidelines for Evidence-Based Crisis Care, which were also recently published. So the CPSM recommendation, I know you've heard it, and the fire department can speak much better to this than I can and can answer any questions, but they are the experts on this. But this was a recommendation that the fire department should work with AMR, 911 dispatch, area hospitals, and social service providers to develop a BFD, mobile integrated health community paramedicine program. And of course, they've done that on the physical health side, and this is the behavioral health version for this recommendation, which is less costly and more appropriate than sending just a physical health team to a behavioral health crisis. Substance Abuse Connect, this is how it looks in our plan. We have just 5 strategies in our plan. Strategy 2 is increase the capacity of our crisis support and criminal justice system to effectively prevent and or manage drug-related crisis with the intention of jail diversion and prevention of recidivism. And we do recognize that that also includes mental health. So activity 6 under that strategy is create a mobile crisis response team to send an officer and behavioral misspelled, to team, an officer to incidents involving substance use or mental health. So that has been on our plan since 2020 to work on getting this up and going. And how that came to be on our plan is that we had a very in-depth process of engaging the community, over 200 individuals and 80 organizations, in a very in-depth assessment and planning process. So these are the types of stakeholders that were involved. We had outside experts, we had every branch of law enforcement, we had nonprofits, we had multiple behavioral health providers, we had the 2 hospitals in Riverstone, we had our public schools and our universities. We had all various coalitions like the Sex Trafficking Coalition, the Trafficking Coalition, the Continuum of Care Coalition, the Billings After School Program Coalition, that bring a lot of different folks together. We had Montana DPHHS involved because we wanted to make sure that we aligned our system response with what they were working on and what would make sense in that arena. We had judges and attorneys, Yellowstone, the county attorney, and the U.S. Attorney for the state of Montana, and those folks all involved in our process. So that's who was involved in creating our plan. We did a really in-depth dive into existing data. Then we did a lot of interviews and focus groups around what do these data mean. Then we pulled everybody together in about 4 days of mapping all of the services in our community. We called it an intercept map. We mapped everywhere where health and law enforcement intersect. And then we looked at where the gaps were. And again, we had outside experts come in and help us analyze those gaps. In that process, one of the gaps that was identified was that we don't have this mobile crisis. Another gap that was identified was that we didn't have a crisis line that made it easy for people to find help. Basically, the lesson from that, boiled real down and distilled down, the lesson from that sequential intercept mapping was it's very hard to get help unless you're dying. In our community, when it comes to behavioral health, it's not easy to get help early on. We have systems that kick into place when you commit a crime. We have systems that kick into place, in school for kids when they're in deep, deep trouble, but when you're worried that you're on the way to trouble, there's nowhere to go. We heard this over and over and over again from parents and from kids, and also we talked to many people who'd been in the criminal justice system for drug-related crimes as to what point in your trajectory might we have intervened to make a difference. And over and over and over again, we've heard that, I got help once I was arrested. I got help once I was incarcerated. So one of the ways to get help earlier is through the crisis line, make it as easy for people to call to get help for mental health and substance abuse as it is to call and get help for an ambulance for 911. And that is the idea behind a crisis line, that we would have a 3-digit number, 988, that people could call and get help on the phone. So that's also something that's on our plan and we're working on. This is mobile crisis is activity 6. The crisis line is activity 5, in case you're wondering. But that's the process that got us to where we are today. And I guess I just described that, where we did the assessment, the intercept mapping, the planning. Again, there was about 200 folks involved in that, narrowed it down to our plan, our 2 priorities, our 5 strategies, and our 22 activities. And those are led by 2 task forces. We have a treatment and diversion task force and a prevention task force. So haven't yet had the opportunity to share with you all the good work of our prevention task force, but I'm very proud of it, and it's pretty amazing. I've just been looking at some of our data. We've had over 55,000 engagements with parents and students in the last 2 years as working on education campaigns. We have done focus groups with 408 youth, most of those youth who are currently using, in order to inform our campaigns. We have decreased youth binge drinking. We have increased the number of kids who say yes, their parents are giving a clear message about drugs and alcohol. We have a great pilot project with moms who are using to protect their unborn babies. So we're doing a lot in that arena. But here we are today in this treatment and diversion task force, and that's where Activity 6 Mobile Crisis landed. So at every juncture along the way, I think one of the questions that has sometimes come up is, like, how did the players who are working on Mobile Crisis today end up being the players who are working on Mobile Crisis? And I will say it was over time. This was not something that happened real quickly. It happened over this whole time. At every juncture along this chart, we asked who wants to help make this happen. So nothing got onto our plan. You see the 2 criteria there for making it to our plan? After we had like 5,500 great ideas up on a board of everybody saying you should do X, we did a real deep analysis of what's feasible and what's desirable. And then we narrowed it down to only the activities that were in the highly feasible, highly desirable quadrant. And then the biggest question, who wants to lead this work? So if somebody didn't raise their hand in the community to say, I will lead this work, it didn't end up on our plan. So you had to have a champion. It also had to be highly feasible and highly desirable. So as far as the treatment and diversion task force, again, we had all these stakeholders at our table and we said, who wants to help lead this work? And Rimrock raised their hand at that point and said, if not us, who? We would love to help lead this work. So they jumped in to help lead the work. They weren't the only ones doing the work, but they jumped in to do the work of planning the meetings and getting the people together and getting us ready to apply for grants when they came and things like that. But we had lots of other people in the treatment and diversion task force, including the mental health center, the community crisis center, the continuum of care, Montana Rescue Mission, alternatives, probation and parole, multiple partners involved, and we made decisions together as a group. And then we split off into some work groups to really focus on crisis line, mobile task force, or mobile crisis response, et cetera. So the first funding opportunity we got for mobile crisis was the COSAP grant. So once again, this is how stuff happens in our coalition. Who wants to work on it? It's kind of like a Henny Penny story. Like, right? I'm baking the bread. Do you guys remember that story from when you were kids? They had the hens baking the bread, right? And she says, who wants to help me sift the flour? And nobody says anything. And then they say, who wants to help me, blah, blah, blah. Then when she has the bread or the pie or whatever all baked, she says, who wants to help eat it? And everybody wants to help eat it. So this is that story. It's like, a grant's a lot of work. Who wants to help write this grant? Who wants to, for free? No, we're not going to pay you. Who wants to do all the work? Again, Rimrock raised their hand and said, we'll write that grant for the city. And then we did it in partnership with the city and we got that grant. Now, for that grant, we got a letter of support from the Mental Health Center. We got a letter of support from the Community Crisis Center. We got a letter of support from the Downtown Business Alliance. So again, these are not decisions that were made in a vacuum. These were decisions that were made in a group. And then everybody supported these decisions. And that's how we got the COSAP grant. Once we got the COSAP grant, we realized that it was going to take a while to get to scale mobile crisis for our whole community, which is the proposal we're coming before you today with. While we were getting ready to scale, we decided that we needed to do something right away, and we implemented the HOT pilot project. as a demonstration project. And then you guys have heard some data on that before. That project since August has served 171 individuals. What we did was we added behavioral health to the downtown police. Initially, they co-responded with the police, but after a while, the police and the team figured out when it would be safe for the team to go on their own, so they often now go out on their own and don't need the police to be with them. They have been focused on the downtown corridor, but we're ready to expand. So of the 171 served, 38 were frequent utilizers. These were people who are frequently arrested for public nuisance charges, people who cycle in and out of the crisis system, those people that in that police report that you read that cost us a lot of money as they cycle in and out. Of those, 25 are now in recovery and housed. So what we've demonstrated with our pilot project is that this really does work, and we do need to scale it, and we will be integrating this HOT project with our mobile crisis. We'll be able to continue to have both. We'll figure out how they work together. This project continues to be paid for by COSAP, and then our hope is that we're working towards making it self-sustaining through Medicaid, by the conclusion of the project. So that was all Substance Abuse Connect and how we got to where we are today. Now, the National Guidelines for Behavioral Health Crisis Care also came out during this time in the last couple years. And what they've recognized is that currently, the current status of crisis care is really by accident. There's nothing very deliberate put into place. Therefore, local government, like you guys, nonprofits, schools, and healthcare bear the cost of the crisis system. The system is disconnected, and it's high cost and not getting the results that we want. And we're not alone. This is across the whole country. So the national guidelines provide a roadmap to transform crisis systems in order to promote significant cost savings to local government and increased efficacy for individuals using the system. So both the United States and Montana Departments of Health and Human Services are aligning funding with these guidelines. So communities who have crisis infrastructure aligned with these guidelines are going to have access to new funding streams. So we've been working carefully to align our work with these guidelines. So this is the national framework. Basically, someone to talk to, someone to respond, and a place to go. It's as simple as that. And remember early when I said that people don't know how to find help. That crisis line is the first important step where it's super easy. Everybody knows how to find help. It's not like an accident. You call 988 and you get help. 988 is coming online in the middle of July this year. And we are working with them, and some of our funding in our community meal grant goes to support the crisis line. Mobile crisis, we obviously haven't had. Now, this diagram you guys have seen before, we have given to you. It's really the same thing. It's more crowded, so I wanted to show you the simple one. Someone to talk to, someone to respond, somewhere to go. But if you remember this, we expect 80% of the people who call the line to have their challenges resolved on the phone. This is data from Arizona and what's happened with their system. Of the 20% who don't have their issue resolved on the phone, they'll need something else. This is when you can deploy a mobile crisis team. When the mobile crisis team goes out, we expect 70% of those cases to be resolved and stabilized right on site. And then 30% of those will need to be transported. When they're transported, they're going to need to go to a crisis response center. We call that crisis receiving and stabilization. In our community, the main crisis receiving facility is the Community Crisis Center. So, and again, I know some questions have been asked about what's funded in the county mill. That's part of what's funded in the county mill, is services at the Community Crisis Center. And we're working very carefully as a coalition on all ends of this in terms of, are these the services we need? So do we have the right crisis receiving services? Do we need other services? So we're working on that in other arenas with other funding sources and with teams of experts. There are a lot of gaps, and we're really working to improve those. And I will say right now, too, that the continuum of care is bringing you a proposal that is partially about this crisis response. And they're also bringing you a proposal that's partially about that line that says post-crisis wraparound right there. And I want to just say for the record that every one of these things matters. And what they're bringing, the proposal that they're bringing to you matters as much as the proposal that I'm bringing to you tonight. And that we aren't going to do well if we don't work together to figure this whole system out. So I just want to say, before Carrie comes up, that we do work together, and it's not easy what we do. It's not easy trying to make changes, but we're doing it. And so I just want to say that for the record. And I think that you have enough funding to do it. I've said that before every time I've been up. There's no one silver bullet, and I think that you all in the county have enough funding to really do a great job. So that's it on the crisis now. So our proposal is really, we're going to go from that status quo, which is public only, fire and police responding, and you guys just paying for that, to a public-private partnership. We want to position our community to access new funding streams, and we want to do work that's more effective for people in crisis. So we see our work in phases. Phase 1 is startup, and that's the budget that we're presenting to you today. We have scaled back and scaled back and scaled back our budget to, be conservative and try to make it work. The model looks like an EMT, a licensed counselor, case management, and peer support. That's what the crew team would be composed of. They would need a vehicle to go to these places and, some supplies. So what we want to do is hire, train, secure our vehicle and supplies. We plan to operate during peak hours only, track our process outcomes and our budget, and do continuous quality improvement. In phase 2, starting next July, we expect Medicaid to come online and start reimbursing some of the expenses. In order for us to access that Medicaid funding, we will have to have 24/7 coverage. We can do it smart. We don't have to have the same staffing at 1 in the morning as we have at 10 at night, but we are going to have 24/7 coverage. We're going to be hoping to sustain this program, through the billing that the state of Montana is going to make available, but we don't know if that's going to cover the full cost. There are still some unknowns there. We'll work to improve, and I just say that at every stage it can be go, no go. When you have the data, you look at the data and you say, is this working? We truly believe it will work. We've done a lot of due diligence around to bring this proposal to you. We wouldn't be bringing it to you if we didn't think it will work. But if it doesn't work, we've got to build a go, no go into our CQI. So this is the process. How is it going to work? A citizen can call, starting July, not now, starting July, a citizen can call 988 and say, hey, my brother-in-law is off his rocker. And, they will triage and figure it out. If they can't handle it on the phone, they will hand it over to 911, who will also triage. And if it's necessary, they will, that is who will dispatch the crew. So that's one pathway. That pathway could be you. If you are in your neighborhood and you own a business and there's some kind of a disturbance and you are worried about it, you can call 988 and they can get you where you need to go. You can call 911. But what we're trying to do is to decrease behavioral health calls to 911 and let them handle the really serious crime situations. Either way, 988, 911, or police, of course, can call dispatch and request the crew team. So again, the crew will go out. They'll be available peak hours. And as I said, we expect 70% to resolve on site, 30% to be transported. When they're transported, they will have to go to a crisis receiving facility like the Community Crisis Center. Some of them have to go to the ER. That is the right place for some people. Some people do end up in jail. If they end up in jail, I'm guessing they're going with the police, not with our guys, probably. That's what's going to happen. There's a couple of icons up there. There's a funnel and there's the people. So the funnel is everywhere along the way where we're going to have a data capture point. So one of the things we currently haven't had in the status quo is a way to evaluate how all this is working together in terms of, are we really doing anything with that revolving door? So this is also a change that will happen. So we will capture data at the 988 point. We will capture data at 911 dispatch point. So that will be things like how many people are calling, what happens with those calls, demographics of those calls, how many are solved online, how many result in crew. Then we will have data capture when the crew team is deployed, and we will know if it's resolved on site and what happens. We will know if they transport and what happens. And if you see the follow-up done there, that's another thing that's very different in this model, and that's why there's a case manager and a peer support person on the behavioral health team. They follow this individual all the way through. So it doesn't matter where the individual lands, they will have a follow-up from the crew team, and then we will be documenting what the disposition is of that case. You know, what happened with that individual, and, you know, are we making a difference? So this is just the summary. Again, you know, status quo is 21 a day. We're going super conservative. We know that not all of those will work for the crew team. So based on some information and data we've gotten from our experts that we're consulting, we anticipate at least 4 a day to be assigned to crew. So the current response is 2 officers and a fire engine. On the ones that are assigned to crew, the police will still go out, and then we'll have the crew team instead of the engine. The police, we hope, you see that time spent, they now spend about an hour. What we hope is that the police time will decrease when a crew team comes out, because they don't need to stand, you know, once they realize, hey, this isn't a crime that's happening here, this is a mental health or, you know, a behavioral health crisis that the crew team can resolve better. And there's no safety concerns, the police can leave. And they can go back to working on other, you know, more violent crime, be available for all those calls that are happening in the rest of the city. The current cost for the status quo is $325 per incident. In our startup phase, the cost actually increases. That's because we don't have a reimbursement source, and we're adding the 2 EMTs. So we don't have a reimbursement source in this first year. The reimbursement will kick in next July. And once reimbursement kicks in, you know, very conservatively, the cost will be $184 per incident. Now that calculation was made assuming that we absolutely save no time on police, and the police still stay an hour at each incident. So we went super conservative in terms of the cost savings. We also only assumed that 40% of the crew dispatches would be reimbursable. And even so, there's a huge cost savings. So in the status quo model, we have temporary stabilization and transport. That's what can happen. In the new model, we'll still have temporary stabilization and transport, but we'll also have behavioral health assessment on site. We'll have case management. We'll have follow-up. And all those behavioral health services will be provided by Rimrock. They won't be charged to the city. Even in the startup model, they aren't being charged to the city. Rimrock is paying for those costs. So this is the budget that we have for phase 1. We're asking for $200,000 from the city. We have around $240,000 coming from other sources. The bulk of that is coming from Rimrock. They have a grant, a federal grant that they're using to pay the cost of their services until they can start billing Medicaid and the treatment block grant. These are the responsibilities. Rimrock is handling all the behavioral health positions and the future billing. The city, we're asking for EMTs, the vehicle, and of course dispatch. We can't do this without dispatch. We do have a line on getting a vehicle from another source, but it won't happen unless we get approval from the city council. We have some ways to potentially save you some money, but it may not all align in the timing. We're constantly looking for funding sources. We also have a line, Billings Clinic is holding a grant for us where they may be able to pay for one of the EMTs. Again, not if it's not gonna happen, they're not gonna write it in, but so there's some possibility of some savings there as we go. What does Substance Abuse Connect do? You know, we help with the alignment with all the other pieces. You know, it's not Captain Banfield's job to align with everybody else. You know, I work on getting all the people in the same room to discuss how we all work together. I'm working on the evaluation piece and the reporting and the CQI, and of course grants. You know, we're always looking for other ways to fund things. So that's our proposal.
Okay, thank you very much, Kristen. Very comprehensive, appreciated. We'll have some questions for you, I'm sure. We'll have an opportunity for public comment, and we'll kick it back to the council for further discussion. Starting off with questions for Kristen. I'll just start. The crew itself, you have these four people, the EMT, the city would help fund, but also the licensed counselor, peer support, and case manager. All those people don't jump in a little Volkswagen and charge out to the scene, right? Is it just the counselor with the EMT? The other two are just people in the background, is that correct?
Most likely, we're figuring it out, but yes, most likely it will be two people. It will be the EMT and one of the behavioral health people. The licensed counselor is the most difficult position to secure, and we can do that position via telehealth. So we may have the peer support riding along with the EMT. But the idea is, yes, two people go out. The licensed counselor has to be available for consult. If they're not in the car, they'll be available there on an iPad. And so, to do an assessment right on site, with the individual.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's good. Thank you. Other questions? Yeah.
Can I just clarify that peer support is a professional, paid, supervised position? It is not just like a volunteer. I think some people don't understand that. A peer support is a licensed, trained professional under the supervision, of a counselor. It's not just a volunteer.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We often start on the left. Let's start down here with Councilmember Ripsis if we can, and we'll come this way. Ward 5 questions?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question, Kristen, you were talking about ongoing quality improvements and measurements to make sure that that it's doing what we expect it to do. What specific measures are you looking at to know whether or not it's working, and what types of measurements would you see, metrics would you be looking at to say, you know what, we got to shut this down? You got anything specific?
Yeah, so these at all these points where we capture data, the big question is, did the person who went through the system have their issue resolved, and are they re-entering the system? Or are they being stabilized, in the community? So are they re-entering the crisis system? Because our goal is to not have people re-entering the crisis. And that'll be one of the things that we're looking at. We'll also be looking at, do we decrease call volume to 911? So inappropriate calls to 911. So, when you visit with dispatch and 911, there are people who just call 911 because that's their best friend. And we know from other communities that have implemented this that a lot of times that has resulted in a decreased call volumes, or they can get them out of the 911 queue much quicker by transferring them, to the crew or to 988. We'll be looking at the time that police spend on site. Are we truly decreasing the time that police can spend? That because that is what enables the police to go out and focus on crime. It's as we know that by default, our police have become behavioral health specialists. So that is one of the things that we'll look at is, are we indeed saving them time? We'll look at the cost, the cost analysis. What are we recouping through reimbursement? It doesn't really matter what we're recouping through reimbursement if the program's not effective, though, with keeping people out of the crisis system. So it's, are the root causes of whatever caused the crisis being addressed, and is the individual being stabilized? Does that mean they need to, to stay on their med? Maybe, it's that they keep going off their meds and doing crazy stuff. Well, now they're stabilized because they're hooked up with a PAC team who's constantly, working with them, or they know to call the peer support versus call 911, and we get it resolved before it becomes a crisis. I don't know if that's specific enough, but we're working with JG Research and Evaluation. As soon as we get this really approved, we will develop the full official evaluation, and, love your guys' help if there's questions you want to see that you feel aren't being answered.
Thank you. Anything further, Councilor Ripsis?
Yeah, it's just one of, in some of the other communities like Denver where this is started out, it's been in just an area of the city, but we're doing the whole city, right? We're not,
Correct.
We're not just focusing on downtown or anything.
Correct. With our pilot project, we just did downtown. Now we want to do the whole city.
Thank you. Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. You talked about peak hours. Can you give us, what are the peak hours? How did you determine that? And then where would all these people be housed in one spot?
Yeah. I'm going to look back to my crew. Did we say 10 to 10? 12 to 12. Thank you. We've looked at the 911 dispatch data and when the highest volume is of these calls, and we're doing our best guess. So 12 to 12. Where will the team be housed? So the behavioral health folks will be employees of Rimrock. The EMT will be employees of the fire department, but the whole team, the crew team, as far as a physical space, will live at the dispatch center. That's our plan. There's room for them there without having any extra added costs. And we see a lot of add benefit to them being in the same location as 911 and dispatch. So that's the plan.
Thank you. Councilor Perrington?
Thank you. And Kristen, thank you for your lengthy answers. I still haven't gotten through them all. But one of the things that really stuck out to me was the Medicaid component.
Yeah.
And I visited with some people today, and if Medicaid doesn't come through, then this may completely fall apart.
Agreed.
Other than federal, I don't know if there's federal money there as well. So I've mentioned before that I have a hard time with, it's kind of to Tom's point, is that we build up this program.
Yeah.
And then after 3 to 5 years, we're going, oops, it's not working. Then what do? We've got extra employees, we've got vehicles, and that's where I have an issue. I think there's a lot of holes, if you will, especially in the aftercare. What do we do with these people? On your sheet that had, oh gosh, where is it now? The one that you were talking about, the numbers of people that went through the program, I guess it was the HOT program.
The HOT team? Mm-hmm.
Team.
Mm-hmm.
Well, right now I can't find it. But anyway, so I think it left over about 100 individuals, a little over 100 individuals what happened to them?
Actually, yeah, I have the data. I thought you might ask that. I have all the data for the other 133 that weren't chronic utilizers, and many of them are in recovery, treatment, and housed as well. So I can get you those data. So I just pulled out the chronic transients, but yeah, they're not. So there was a lot of success with the other 133 as well. So I think I'm hearing a couple of things from you. One is, what happens if Medicaid goes away? Agreed. If Medicaid goes away, this is, we're all, you'll have to find something else, because this model is partially going to work because Medicaid is going to reimburse, and there'll be a lot of crisis services. If Medicaid goes away, our city is going to have to figure out what to do with a lot of services. So that's, yeah, true. Second thing is, in terms of investing something and then the program goes away. Let's talk about that. So staff, the EMTs can be easily absorbed into the fire department, correct? Is that what we expect? It's an option. And I'm not saying absorbed because with attrition, I'm not saying that these would be 2 new positions, but they are constantly, maybe you could speak to this, but you are recruiting constantly. So you can move 2 EMTs that we have had assigned to crew, if crew goes away, into existing EMT positions. We can eliminate these 2 positions and these 2 people will have somewhere to go. And it's the same thing with the behavioral health staff. If they're not working on crew at Rimrock, they can be assigned to a million other programs. So it's not like we're gonna just totally lose, the expense will go away for these additional folk, but they'll be absorbed. The vehicle can also be, I think, put into the fleet. And used. They're purchasing vehicles all the time for the fire department and the police. So I think the vehicle then just goes into the fleet.
Okay, thank you. I think that question was answered. Go ahead.
So the other question, then, and this may be to the chief or assistant chief, is my understanding was that if the fire department hires these, they have to be a fireman, not just an EMT. And it was my understanding that they have, if they're going to be an EMT, then the fire department will won't be hiring them.
Councilmember Purinton, Mayor and Council, it is yet to be determined under what bargaining unit would the positions exist in. Next step, is this a program we support financially? If we do, yes, we'll still have some work to do internally to determine just exactly what is the relationship between the bargaining unit and management on the positions. And we're going to be seeking maximum flexibility because we don't know exactly how this is going to move forward based on our conversations with other communities who are using it, other than to say they've seen good results. But I think I know we will ask for flexibility because things will need to adjust as we learn what's best for Billings, Montana.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Tinsel?
No, she stole my thunder.
Okay.
You're okay, we're good.
Councilmember Tricky?
It's been very interesting watching this idea go from a light bulb to an almost funded program. Thank you and everybody that's been involved in this. My question is, if you go to your You Are Here slide, the next step in what we're looking at here is a crisis response center. Can you describe how that's different from a sobering center?
Oh, such a good question. We're figuring that out. We've been doing a lot of research to look at how those things are integrated. Very often, the sobering function that what we need is incorporated in a crisis response center. And you don't have a separate sobering center. You have your crisis response facility built so that you can do adequate sobering at the crisis response facility without needing a whole additional program. So I think one of the things that's important for our community to think about is every time we start a new program, we create a whole bunch of administrative overhead, that doesn't need to be duplicated. So I will just say that it's always my preference to look at what do we already have and can we build on it? But we do have a community crisis center in our community, which is a crisis receiving stabilization facility. And I have been working with them for sure for quite some time to say, can you increase your sobering capacity? One of the things that will come online if Medicaid is around. If it's not, again, it's a whole new world. But if Medicaid is around, one of the things that is going to come online also in July is a new ability to bill Medicaid for social detox, which you cannot do right now. So that's an unbillable service, and that is going to make a big difference. So, but as far as sobering center, it would be ideal if these services were together. But I mean, we've got a lot of work to do in our community. We need more sobering. That's clear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen, since Medicaid is important to the long-term viability of this, obviously there's zero chance of getting Medicaid money to fund it if there is no program.
Correct.
But if there is a program, can you tell us a little bit what criteria the state uses, the feds, whoever makes that decision, so we can make some judgment about the likelihood of getting Medicaid reimbursement, and what's the situation with other communities that have a similar model that we're trying to emulate?
Yeah. What I can tell you is that we have national guidelines that we have looked at in detail, for this program in terms of what the national, CMS requires. And Montana is currently negotiating with CMS to figure out what our Medicaid reimbursement is going to be. As you know, every state has a lot of say over how they're going to run their own Medicaid program. So every state is different. So there are national guidelines, but every state gets to decide how they're going to do it. And they negotiate this with the feds. So they currently are doing that. And how we are staying appraised of this work is I'm on a phone call twice a month with DPHHS, which includes their Medicaid folks, and we are doing additional meetings in the in-between. They came and did a site visit with our crew team, and we really, we sat and talked for a couple of hours around what our needs are, and they're trying to be very, very thoughtful about creating their reimbursement rate to reflect the real costs. So they visited every community in the state. They've brought in outside experts. They've done a rate study with an independent third party in order to determine the rate. We don't know what the rate will be, but we do know and exactly what the components will be. We do know that one of the components will be that it will have to be a 24-hour 7. That's part of the best practice. We do know that it will have to have a license. Everything that we know it'll have to have, we've built in. It will have to have a licensed counselor. It will have to have that they can be mobile or they can be via telehealth. It has to have a paraprofessional. The paraprofessional can be the EMT, and that's the recommended model from our expert. What am I missing? That's it.
Okay, thank you.
So we're super paying attention to that, though, I want you to know.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there's any elements that are missing from your proposal that would make this project DOA when it comes to Medicaid reimbursement, as far as you know. Anyway.
That's why we've built it this way. We've been very, very intentional.
Chris Kulski and then Councilmember Joy.
Kristen and Jason, help me out here if I get this wrong. One of those areas of sensitivity, I know we've said it tonight, but I want to be clear. It's the 24/7, 365 Fed requirement. Basically, the argument is at a very high level we're trying to make in Montana. We don't have any cities and I'm going to guess here, 250,000 or more. If you took our data and you doubled our numbers, we probably would be suggesting a 24/7. We think, though, Montana's rural enough that maybe though we will need to have a way to respond 24/7. We're trying to work with Montana that there's something other than you have to have separate unit that will respond around the clock because of peak calls and because of our limited population statewide. Ultimately, whether we succeed in that or not, I think is a lot of work over this next 12 months.
And I will say that the state is very sensitive to that, and we are advocating very, very hard. By we, I mean every other community that's also doing this work with DPHHS to create a common sense system that doesn't make us spend more money than we need to make. And we are making progress. So some of the solutions that I've heard, and I really believe these will be solutions, are, again, you don't need to have the same staffing in the non-peak hours. That is part of why they've also made the counselor to be able to be available via telehealth. So we know that 911 responds at any time of the day or night. Like, you don't wait to send an ambulance for a heart attack if it happens at 2 a.m. So it's about working with the system that exists and then giving an option. So is that option that the police respond as usual and they say, gosh, this is a crew thing. The counselor on call is in Bozeman tonight. We have a partnership with Bozeman because we don't need 24/7 everybody, right? There's rollover. And so counselor in Bozeman comes online. And so the whole state, even tiny rural frontier Montana that has no psychiatric care and has no counselors, can be covered. So those are the kinds of solutions that I'm hearing about.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Ms. Lindgren, for a really great presentation. And as Councilmember Trickey said, seeing this come forward, I previously heard about a mobile crisis mobile team through Community Innovations quite a few years ago through the county. So it is good to hear it coming forward because that apparently didn't quite work out. So I wanted to ask a question. There's a park in Ward 3, and there's a person who is in that park who's talks to themselves, kicks the ground, has a lot of behaviors. And hangs out around the playground area. This is making, I think we're past 10 calls to BPD about this person. Someone was called, and this person basically has been through a lot of crises and has been through a lot of, she knows the system. I mean, she knows how this works. She's been through it multiple times and basically just refuses. And so I just kind of wanted, it's easier to explain to constituents what we're trying to do if you can apply it to something they're actually experiencing. So I was just going to say, I know there are people who refuse services. In this system, in what you are imagining here, what happens if this person just says, you know what, I'm not getting in that police car. I'm not getting in your car. I'm not taking my garbage to the garbage. I'm going to take my black bags and I'm going right back to the park.
Yes.
So how does this help in those types of situations? Because I know these can be very difficult situations. Thank you.
That is such a good question. I'm going to call on Annette to answer that question, if that's okay with you. Annette is the Director of Peer Support Services at Rimrock, and she heads up our peer support who work with the HOT team and has a lot of experience with these kinds of clients, and I think can tell you what the approach would be of the HOT team and how they've had success with those kinds of clients. And I'll just say, I think it's about building a relationship over time. And I've said a million times, there are no silver bullets, and it may not be that first 15 minutes you spend with them, but.
Well, oddly enough, our HOT team actually, I believe, picked up the individual that you're speaking about when you mentioned female and garbage. And really how that works is clearly, an individual like that needs to be removed from the area, and we get them to a safe place, offer them services. Oftentimes they will refuse services in the beginning, but we continue to make that approach and make that connection with them daily sometimes. Sometimes we're out there daily offering the same service over and over again. We might offer it 10, 15 times before one day they finally trust us enough to accept the services that are being offered. And that from that point, we move them from where, whatever's next for them. Maybe that's the mental health center, maybe it's Rimrock, maybe it's home to a community somewhere else where they have safe and sober family. It could be to a treatment center outside of Montana. Whatever works best for them, we will be sure to get them there.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Owen, are you with us online, and do you have any questions for Kristen?
No questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I just was trying to figure out some of the numbers you were stating here on this page regarding the status quo and the proposed. If I understand correctly, you said conservatively there's 21 cases a day. Is that correct? So that's 7 days a week?
Well, it's an average. So there were 7,700 and some, and I divided that by 365 to get an average. Some days there's going to be 10, 3, and some days 40, if you know what I mean.
7 days a week, and I think you said you could only get to 4 of those?
Well, we can get to more. I'm just, of those calls, some of them are not going to be appropriate for crew. Some of them are going to be needing police. So if they need an involuntary, commitment, that's going to involve police, those kinds of things. So they can get to more than 4. So we did a conservative estimate of doing 4 out of those 17.
Okay, so of the 21, 4 gets assigned to crew?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, if I understand that correctly, then 70% of that is, 70% of the 4 is then assigned to crew, so that's where you get your 4. Okay, so the police and the fire are still going to respond.
The police will respond, and then the fire is part of the crew team, so it won't be a separate fire engine going.
That's not what we heard before. So police and fire will respond, they'll be sent, and then if they need it, they're going to roll, ambulance will roll on a call, possibly through, I guess, some of this new dispatching, they may not, but for the most part, when I understand, they're going to roll everything like before. Once they get there, they decide, okay, we need the crew, and they call the crew out. And so we're still going to see a lot of rolling of ambulances or fire trucks and stuff like that anyway throughout this initial process. But then later on, you say it's after Medicaid comes online, it drops from 356 down to 184 an incident. So is that because you're anticipating cutting their time in half?
So, Kristen, if you could just clarify that, because that's inconsistent with my understanding that the statement that the ambulance and fire department would also respond is not what I had understood. So, if you
know what?
start-
I'm going to call on Banfield to answer that. I might have gotten that wrong.
So with the priority dispatch system that we're doing now, we're trying to reduce the fire trucks going, right? So we're doing that, and also the mobile response teams with the medical side. This piece will handle the behavioral health unit pieces because those calls are lengthy, typically an hour, hour and a half, possibly even 2 hours. Suicidal patients are hard to negotiate, and as we talk about these relationships we build with these patients, the person you're speaking of, it takes time. So with that, what you're gonna see is like, when I was in Spokane, we would see the vehicle literally cancel the fire engine. They had the authority because they had the medical person on there. That's why you have to have the EMT with a medical direction connection and the piece to dispatch to be able to cancel that. So what you're starting to see is a reduction in the actual fire engine to go. Now, PD, safety issue, we don't want anything happening in the front end of this program, so we're gonna have PD go with us, because these people on the behavioral health unit, on the crew, need to start forming those relationships to see what they're gonna be responding to, because we know who most of these are, okay? So we're gonna be able to form those relationships, and then hopefully, PD won't even go to some of those. The crew will be able to go, you know, we don't need PD for cover. We will be able to just handle this patient ourselves. We have a good relationship with them. We'll get them outside and we'll have these conversations. So the reduction in time and money will take time and money to get there. That's the first part of this. And the safety issues, we can't have an incident happen. That's why we have to have PD for the first 4 or 6 months. And we know who our violent patients are.
Okay, but it does sound like, as Councilmember Neese said, the fire department may have to respond for a while to some of these calls until they can be sent away or canceled.
Through the priority dispatch system, I think we'll be able to tie. I've talked about this before. There's some what we call disposition codes we're going to implement here shortly. And then so we're going to be able to get that data to collect, because what you're sent to is not often what you see when you get there. So we're going to be able to start tracking. That's part of that dispatch piece for data. And then so we'll be able to reduce that, I'm thinking, quite quickly.
Okay, thank you. Back to Councilmember Neese. You had some numbers that.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Definitely the goal is to reduce a fire engine responding every time. That's what the CPSM recommendation said, and that's what part of this is. And so, yeah, it may take time to figure this out, how we do it all safely, but for sure, there should be a reduction in fire engines going out. And the cost savings comes from the bundled rate that Medicaid is putting together should be enough to cover the team, right? So it should be enough to cover the EMT, the counselor, the case manager. So when we're able to start billing for this, the hope is that the rate is significant enough to cover the cost of the EMTs, the vehicle, and the other pieces. Now, Medicaid will never cover all of it because a lot of people who need these services are not Medicaid eligible. It's about half or so that are Medicaid eligible. That's why my estimate only estimated half be Medicaid eligible. But what the state is doing is they have a treatment block grant that they use where treatment providers can bill for clients who are not eligible for Medicaid, who are just above the Medicaid cutoff. So they're building a mirror system.
Can I interrupt you? I just want to, this was Councilmember Neese's question. I want to give it back to you to focus your questions, whatever you want.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And so when the Medicaid is online, so this 184 per incident that is now costing, so I'm assuming it's being reduced, but that's the unpaid portion by Medicaid. Does that mean the police is going to be reimbursed for their call? The fire truck who got called off, had to go back?
The police aren't part of the crew team, so they will not be reimbursed
for the crew, not for what the responses that the city is doing.
For the police, no. Those are costs you're already paying. Like I said, you're already paying for those guys to go out. And our hope is that we decrease the time they have to spend, and so that you can reallocate them somewhere else. But the cost of the police will not be considered part of the crew team. They won't be part of what's reimbursed. But yeah, hopefully the police time spent on site will decrease. The police have assured us that they think that it will. In other communities that have done this model, there have been significant time savings to the police in this model.
Councilor Neese?
Yeah, Chris, and maybe to the chief for this question. You visited some other cities who did this. What I hear a lot about is we're still figuring this out. In fact, I heard that a couple times tonight during the thing. Is there other organizations that the city can look at to provide this service? Because as I look through it, it looks like a plan that probably the city needs. But is there other organizations out there that can provide this for the city who's already been doing it and can just replicate that model here?
Okay, so I think you're asking why is the fire department kind of tied to this and the medical control piece and the EMTs, right? Is that kind of where you're going?
Well, you've seen the ones in the other areas. So.
Correct. And so I've gone to Spokane and typically across the country, you have a police and counselor, or you go medical and counselor. And so with the EMTs and what we're seeing, like when I did go to Spokane and Missoula, and also Councilwoman Pam Purington's going to go visit actually Missoula's program. I've arranged for a ride along her for that program probably in August. Thanks for leaning forward and doing that, by the way. Because I want somebody else to have another perspective of what I saw and how this works. And so we're not recreating a model. We're really just stealing other people's models. We are a little bit behind other places in the state. And they're doing it and doing it well. And they've figured out a lot of things that you may have questions. So if you have Councilwoman Purington go up there as kind of your ambassador, she may have some more, you could probably have some questions answered by her as far as model stuff. So
Yeah, I think what I was asking was when you went out there and you have a public-private partnership there and these ones you visited, the partnership that was private, I mean, how many coalitions or how many mental health services did it, I mean, how is that private organization developed? Was it something that they do it in several different cities, or they're all focused on their own city and there is no multiplication as far as this organization works in this city, or this city?
correct. And you have to also look at how different counties and different cities fund their mental health centers, and how they're also connected with their hospitals. So they're kind of all a little bit different. This is kind of basically the best way we thought this model would work. And I was not part of the first part of this coalition. I was brought on basically about 6 months ago. And I've been part of that. So I've just really been focusing on making sure the medical control piece, the EMS piece, and that we're tying in with the mental health piece, because I'm leaving that up to the experts on the other side.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, my interpretation of that is that they all are independent.
Independent and customized for each city.
Sounds like it, and don't service multiple cities.
Yes,
Councilmember Gulick?
in most communities, it's one mental health provider that provides the mental health component for the crew.
I'm sorry, Mayor, could I just clarify one other piece?
And we built on all theirs. We borrowed existing policies and procedures. We
Yes,
didn't
go ahead,
build from
Chris.
scratch.
So to Councilmember Nice's question, the law enforcement is not a part of the crew team, so that will not be a Medicaid, Medicare eligible reimbursement. The EMTs that would be on city staff would be an eligible reimbursement. So some would be, but by no means do we anticipate we're going to get 100% reimbursement. As I said, the model's put together thinking, I think it was 40 or 50%. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gulick?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Kristen, just a couple of questions. One is this model is being done in-state as well as elsewhere. Is Medicaid funding not working in other states, or not just yet in Montana?
Montana's way behind.
Okay, so it is other states.
Behind other states, like the data I had from Arizona, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. The second question is, it seems like even if Medicaid funding didn't work out, it seems like there's still a good chance that this could be a net savings to the city, because to this slide here, I mean, there's just, one of the assumptions is there's no change in police time. If there is a change in police time, there could be a net savings. And if we find with the data that there's less recidivism because the crew is more effective at addressing the situation than police or fire who are not trained for this specific kind of situation. I mean, it seems like, I don't think we should even say that we can just throw it all out if there's not Medicaid. This still may be a very good model for us. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, and we didn't incorporate any of those type of cost savings into our estimate in terms of, if we actually help clients get well, which we do anticipate. So like I said, it's a conservative estimate. The reason that I'll say it'll be difficult without Medicaid is I don't think you'll have a behavioral health partner standing up say, we'll fund most of it. I mean, where are they going to get the money to fund it? I think it's going to be difficult.
Okay, yes, thank you. That meant that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I have one comment and then one question. My comment is, I asked both you and Chris about this at the last work session. I'm going to reiterate this request. I would like to see the information from the county on where their mill levy disbursement is going. And the reason I'm asking you guys for it and not trying to do the research myself is I don't want it to be politicized, just want it to come from staff and just be the information, just to help us make the best decision. And then the only question I have left that wasn't already answered is, I'm confused about how this gets scaled up to 24/7. Won't we need additional funding for the city's EMT piece?
We'll see, we might, but what we hope is that when the reason we're doing peak hours when we don't have Medicaid funding is we have no reimbursement. Our hope is that once we have reimbursement capacity, they'll reimburse us for non-peak hours as well, right? In fact, they won't reimburse us if we don't have that 24/7 coverage, or they'll reimburse us at a much lower rate. So the hope is that, there'll be additional funding to cover whatever EMT or counselor we need for that period, and that also we can be creative.
Just a follow-up. So, but in leading up to that, I mean, I'm assuming there's going to be some months where we have to
be 24/7 before that.
Yeah, that's I would assume where we say, yes, it's ready. I don't know. So
I'll just say that there's no community in Montana doing 24/7 yet, and the state's well aware of that. And whatever we do to build up to that, it's going to be a buildup. I don't know how that's going to work. I hear where your question's coming from. I don't know exactly how that's going to.
Okay, that's
unfold.
kind of a lingering, like, are we going to need to come back and say, well, now we need to add, an additional EMT salary to the fire department? I just would like to know that going into this, if that's part of the plan, or might
if I could answer that question if I knew 100% what Medicaid was going to do, but I don't. So when will I know for Medicaid? October?
Okay, thank you very much, Kristen.
And I will say, just on the county, I can give the information I have to Chris. I want to say for the record that Substance Abuse Connect has been granted some of the county mill money. We've had the money since May, so we've had it a month and a half. So I can tell you what we've done for a month and a half, but I can't tell you everything else. So as far as Substance Abuse Connect goes.
Okay, thank you, Kristen. I'm going to open up for public comment on this item. We asked, and she said she didn't have any questions. So thank you. So we'll open up for public comment on this item number 3, formerly number 4, at this time. Then council will kick it back to you for further discussion. Be nice if we could wrap this item up before we go to a break. Is there any public comment on the proposal from Substance Abuse Connect concerning crisis response units? If so, please come forward. Is there any public comment on what's now item 3? Nobody's coming to the podium, so I guess we'll close the public comment period. Council, again, there's no action, but if there's direction to be given to staff, now's the time to do it. Further discussion? Questions, comments? Let's just start down here. Councilor Ripsis, Purington, Nice.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say for the record, Chris, if you're looking for direction, I'm very strongly supportive of the crew units. I appreciate all the work that's gone into figuring out how they can and should work here in Billings, because we have some unique circumstances and every city is unique. So thank you for finding a model that's going to work here for us. I know it's going to be tough, where there's going to be a lot of hopefully flexibility and adaptability as we figure these things out. I will be looking for good, strong metrics of how we're measuring success. So hopefully within 6-9 months we've got those, and you can start reporting back to us. I think the model has a lot of potential. We've seen it work well in other cities. We're not inventing something new here. So we know it's something that can be very effective, and it can be effective at addressing challenges that we are seeing right here in Billings. So yes, I'm very supportive of this. I think it's part of the whole. We have to have that work with the Crisis Community Center, the continuum of care, so that we deal with those, answer the call, respond, and It's somewhere to go, right, thank you. We got to have the somewhere to go as well, so I'm looking forward to the second half of the discussion here tonight. To me, it's got to be an entire package, and I'd like to make sure that everybody's working together to come out with a package that works the best for Billings. So that would be my direction to staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Puritan?
Thank you. And thank you for all the work that you've done and your team. And I'm going to echo what Tom said in certain respects. I do believe that we do need this service in the community. I personally would like to see what other communities are doing in Montana, because they're going to be getting the same funding. What kind of grants are they looking at? Are they looking at just state grants, federal grants? Are there private grants that are out there? So I think that funding is such a big piece to this. And at this point, I think there's still work to be done. I'm not ready to say go for it, because that number 3, where are they going to go? I think that's the biggest hole. And I've talked to several people today that they are part of all of this in some respect, and they may not be with some of your leadership group, but they're saying the where to go is a big piece. It's a big piece. And so that's where I'm stymied with this. I'm not going to say for our staff to continue working on it until your staff gets some of this together, and it may even be until the legislature comes into play. But I know legislators are working on some of these things. So I just think that there's still a ways to go, because whenever we do it, it needs to be successful, and I think it can be successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Neese and Councilor Gillick and Joy.
Mayor, if you can skip me and come back to me, please.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gillick?
Sure, yes, thank you. I think I'm ready now to support this, and I think there's, I think there's some concern about it not being fully figured out, and honestly, it's really hard to fully figure anything out until you've actually given some direction that you're going forward, and so again, I think to what many people have been saying, this is being done elsewhere in Montana successfully and around the country, you gotta walk before you can run. So I feel like we're going to learn some things and continue to get better, and the sooner we get working on this, the better it'll get. So I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'm fully supportive, and like I said, I've heard of this before from some years ago with community innovations, and it absolutely will be a savings for our community, number one, and number two, it will be a much better way of dealing with people who are in crisis. The police are not good at dealing with behavioral problems and a person in crisis when, as I was really speaking to a situation in a park in Ward 3, the neighbors kept calling the police over and over and over. And of course, this person has been in this situation many, many years. This isn't the first time the police have shown up. They know what happens if they get taken into the emergency room for a psych evaluation. They know all of that. They've been through this. And so we have to have people who are actually able to understand where this person is at, build that relationship, and successfully resolve this into this person receiving the help. The neighbors were concerned. They were concerned for the children, but they were also concerned for this woman who was clearly not in a good place. Eating out of the garbage is not a good place to be. If the police put her in a car, which she refused to do, what were they going to do? So I will absolutely support this. This will be a cost savings to us, but more importantly, it's a humane way to address the need of members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, and if you're ready, and then Councilmember Shaw. I have comment too.
Yeah,
Councilor
I
Reeves?
will. Thank you, Mayor. I've heard about this plan now over and over again, and the more you hear about it, the more you realize there is something that we need to do. I think Councilmember Boyette says that often, we got to do something. You can't sit around. I'm not sure yet I agree fully how this plan's going to run. I've heard a lot of things about, they're still figuring it out. Other communities are doing it. I think we really need to make sure we understand. Councilmember Upsis, you asked a good question about what measurements they're going to be measuring and working, and we didn't hear what they were going to be measuring. We heard where they're going to measure them, what points of the process of measuring, but we really didn't hear what they're going to do. So I think we need to, as a council, need to work together to find out, what is it we want to see? What kind of results are we going to hold this city staff and this organization, the crew, to really show that we're doing that. The HOT program, I think it's done some good work downtown. We're still having the people downtown that don't want help and their assistance. They're walking around, they're still bothering people downtown. And we're going to have that, I think, whether we have this program or not. But to the point about some of the people, in fact, I was driving home Sunday, and there was a lady standing in the intersection, walking around, talking to herself. And if there was a number there, I probably would have called it, because she needed some kind of help. And it was a dangerous situation that she's standing in the middle of traffic. So I think there's something that we need to do, as Councilmember Boyette says often. I'm not 100% sold on this process yet. Maybe not the process, but I'm not sure if it's the right mode. I'd like to see us work out and see, more about it. One of the things I haven't heard from is these 80 organizations that are part of that. I haven't really heard a lot from them. I'd like to hear more about what these 80 organizations are saying. And a concerning thing with some of this, as she said about this, is they asked the question and no one raised their hand, or one person raised their hand. And I don't know if that's the best way to fill a position. It concerns me that we're just getting someone in to fill the position, and not really the right organization to fill the position. But that's my concerns, and that's as I look through this. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Shaw. And Councilmember Owen's hand is up, so Councilmember Owen, go to you after Councilmember Shaw. Councilmember Shaw?
Okay, thank you. I was going to point that out and say I don't know when she raised her hand. I am also supportive of this, and I'm thankful to the voters for allowing us to keep the marijuana tax money, because I think that gives us a lot. We can have a much broader reach if we kind of combine those two pots. But so I just wanted to reiterate that for me, I think the really important piece is that this is a package as part of the greater continuum of, because the other gaping hole is, where do you take people? And right now that's a really big problem in our community. So I'm nervous about funding only one piece of either of these, because it's not going to get us the broad reach we need. And so I just wanted to make that pitch that I think the package deal is important to me. And this is a very important piece of it, obviously. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think I would concur with a lot of what I'm hearing tonight. I think the idea of mobile crisis response makes a lot of sense. I think we know that there are people who don't belong in jail and can be successfully supported in different ways. So from my perspective, I think the idea of moving forward with acquiring a vehicle, trying to identify and train EMTs, all of those things make a lot of sense to me. I'm not ready at this point to sign off on an MOU. I think that my concerns about creating a taxpayer platform that potentially significantly benefits a single private entity without consideration of the alternatives is not a wise way to go. I think characterizing the other mental health and substance abuse providers in our community as sort of lazy fence sitters trying to benefit from the work of others is an unfair characterization. I think we need to think a little bit further about the fact, recognizing that there are some very unique dynamics in our community in terms of the overall lack of providers. We generally need a more robust industry of substance abuse professionals and mental health professionals, and creating a system that unfairly advantages a single provider could have consequences that ripple throughout our entire community. And I just don't feel like we've considered those aspects of it yet. So For me, I'm on board with the idea of mobile crisis response. How we craft that public-private partnership, I think, still needs further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll comment, Councilmember Triki. I guess my comment, I support the concept. I recognize the importance of having a place to take people. But my comment would be that we need to remember the statistics that we heard, that 70% of the the problems are dealt with in the field. And so if we can make progress with 70%, that's still major progress, and that's a lot better than 0%. And we still do have the crisis center, we have the hospitals, we have the existing facilities. That's not a perfect solution by any means, rescue mission. So even if it takes us a while to figure out where to take people, that shouldn't be necessarily the death knell of this component. It's often said that the best or the excellent is the worst enemy of the good, and this component seems to be at least good. Councilmember Triki?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of comments. I fully support this as well. I understand that this is a process and, there are bugs that will have to get worked out, and I fully support working those bugs out. I think also that a lot of what is possible about this is we don't have the faintest idea of what it will end up looking like until we actually pull the trigger and start using it and start doing it. So in my opinion, the sooner we start helping people, the sooner we start collecting data, the sooner we can move to a system that is better and continue to move along from there. I do want to say something about the process that got us here. But first, I want to say one other real reason that I really, really like this approach is that it is a step towards breaking the cycle of violence that we are seeing across America right now, and especially here in Billings right now. Any time that we can go in and help someone stabilize emotionally before they act out and become a problem for the police department, that is a major step in the right direction. That is saving us lives, that is saving us money, that is saving us time. And honestly, this is a promise that I believe we as the United States made back in the 1980s when we got rid of the mental health hospitals and said, hey, this system really is bad, so let's get rid of it and replace it with something new. Well, here we are 40 years later, slowly cobbling those pieces together, and the price that millions of lives have paid because we have done that and failed to step up and do anything, waited for the perfect thing to come along. Honestly, I mean, it just boggles my mind. And actually, just refer back to the first agenda item that we had here tonight. This is a major problem facing us here in Montana, and we need to start taking steps. In that context, the last thing I want to say is I really love the process that happened in order to make this, to get us here. A few years ago, we had an idea, it got kicked around, we noticed other people were doing it, and then Substance Abuse Connect and the other major players in this community stepped up and said, okay, what do we need to do next? How can we make it work? People were engaged, people were talked to. It was a very intensive and drawn out process. We live in a bureaucracy, unfortunately, and all of us are part of different bureaucracies. And in order to move these things forward, we have to find ways of helping those bureaucracies move forward. So I really love the work that went into this. And this is a really good example of why one of the things that I'm supporting is an expert on the city's staff to step into these types of situations so that the city can help move them forward, knowing and being able to advise council with their own expert opinions. So Thank you very much for the work that you've done. Thank everybody that has been involved in this. And I would love to make a motion right now to write a check, but it's not really in order.
Okay, any other comments before we call this a wrap and move to a break? Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, just a quick comment on your 70%. Just be aware that 70% of the contacts and of the actual 7753, it's only going to hit it's actually going to resolve only 13% of what we're seeing in the city.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chart that shows 80% resolution on the crisis line. I can't vouch for these numbers, of course, but I'm just based on what we've been given.
Right.
And
70% of what they encounter, they're going to resolve. But again, they're 7753. They're only going to hit 4 calls. This CUR team is going to hit 4. Again, they may hit more, but they said they're going to only hit 4 a day.
I got you. Okay. Any other comments before we go to a break? Don't see any, so off for break. It's 7:35. We'll try to get back as close to 7:40 in 5 minutes as possible, realistically, a little after that. Thank you.
You understand how because it's only, see, they're hitting 70% of what they get, but remember they said they're not hitting 7,000. We'd have to
Right.
all this times 5 in order to hit all 21.
Yeah, this is to the group, what they are.
Nice to see you tonight. No, I get to use my little thing.
Oh, you're bringing up this. Oh, okay. My not be able to use my, oh, Catherine, I'll be able to use my microphone.
We wanted to give you a lot of opportunities. Do you want to use it 3 minutes? Don't you want to give her 4 or 5? I hope it doesn't. I hope you run out of batteries.
Hey, Catherine the other night ran out of batteries and it wouldn't work, and it kept on not stopping and not resetting, so, well, I'm interested to hear what you're having to say.
You're in the sack.
Yeah, that's my job.
And 3 minutes goes fast.
The minutes does go fast.
I think when you're running, the seconds are faster than anybody else. You're universal. Fast.
The minute you say your address, I hit the timer.
Can you wait till I get that?
For the last little bit of your address.
Oh, and even before I say mayor and council.
And I do the same way for everyone.
Blessed mayor and council.
No, I do it the same way for everyone, because we've had meetings where the person really just said, I'm really not sure.
But it was another substance.
So we're really just trying to realize someone else will show up. I want to do something very like, our public comment.
No, seriously.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
We never see them. They were good with it.
I don't want to see
but we miss seeing it.
Well, that's why I had to bring him in first.
Those guys blew it. They were the youngest ones. They hired all the old guys. Everybody quit going. And then Ace.
Exactly, I was gonna say Ace.
And that's where people go.
And then it's Zimmerman.
So I go down to 13. If I need something fixed, I say, Roger, how do I do this? He goes, hey, Randy, how's it going? I just told him I haven't seen him lately. No.
All that energy, conservation. My name is
Oh, sure.
So anyway, they're just, it just does help me out. Things are going on. And so it doesn't seem like
I just wish you could be, I would love to know I agree with everything you say, you know, and we've done a lot of number two, but they're currently we have to come up with, you know, and then when it comes to larger that piece. Once you put the address up there, anybody in the world who's there, so there's no point to. I mean, I'm not, he's not hired to this point, he's hired to evaluate. I
could show you. But I'd rather keep this one.
Don't make a pitch. Not maybe tonight. Yeah, I got some ideas.
If everyone can take a seat, we'll get started. Okay.
Yeah, she does.
Welcome back, everyone. We left off with item 4, formerly item 5, continuum of care budget requests. Chris, I'll turn it to you if you've got any sort of introduction. Yes, we did. Yep. And we'll turn it to you. Yep. Also, to help us with the time budget here a little bit, we still haven't got to our budget discussion. Oh, by the way, there's $500 million out there that we need to talk about. We spent well over an hour on the last go-around, so I don't know if it's possible to keep this one to something less, but we've covered a lot of the similar grant. But go ahead, Chris.
So Mayor and Council, Carrie Boyd is here to talk with from Continuum of Care. Actually, I believe the presentation, she's got all this information. There isn't new information for you. So, but similar to the prior discussion, the last several conversations we've had with both of these entities have been in the middle of Q&As. And so I felt it was important that they have an opportunity to kind of lay from the ground floor where they're at. I don't expect this to be an hour and a half conversation, but if it needs to be, that'll be your guys' call. And Carrie is here tonight, and I apologize the last few times she's been here, we've ran long, she's needed to go and take care of more important things like a child. And so I'm grateful that she can be here tonight. So Carrie, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Did you all get printouts of the presentation? I know I sent it a little late, so I did bring printouts just in case. And there's 2 for you, Chris and Kevin as well. So like Chris said, some of this is information you've heard before, so I'm trying not to repeat myself unless it's germane to the larger topic at hand here. And I'll try to just breeze right through it and leave time for questions. And I do want to bring up a guest here as soon as I'm done with this presentation, which is Randy Hafer, to talk about his perspective as well. And then I'll wrap up with some final comments and conclusions. So what we're talking about is the urgent need for low barrier shelter, that folks right now have nowhere else to turn. This is a gentleman who sleeps on our streets almost every night, and I'm going to talk about him several times throughout this presentation. So we've talked about our community partners before, but I want to kind of show you them in a different way. So our public partners, which is the City of Billings, Department of Corrections, Probation and Parole. We do have CPS through the Office of Public Defenders, School District 2 in Yellowstone County. We also have some healthcare partners, Billings Clinic, Urban Indian Health and Wellness Center, Riverstone Health, as well as Healthcare for the Homeless, and of course SCL Health, which is now Intermountain. And then we have all of those non-governmental partners as well. So I wanted you all to be able to really understand the public-private partnership we already have within the continuum of care. And then I also wanted you to see it in a statewide context. So this is the different regions of the local continuum of care. So we're Region 7, and you can see we actually cover an area that's larger than just Yellowstone County. Similar to our regional area of Billings, we're covering Bighorn, Carbon, Stillwater, Sweetgrass, and Yellowstone. So where we see we're able, as we grow and continue to build and formalize our structures, we'll be able to look at counties that are surrounding and see how we may be able to integrate the approach with those counties as well and what they're doing. Now, we do have 17 direct service providers who are all contributing to this one uniform assessment and shared database, and that's our coordinated entry system. And you can see it goes everywhere from Child Protective Services in the Community Crisis Center, Homefront, which is our housing provider, HRDC District 7, which provides all sorts of services to our community. We're onboarding the homeless outreach team that you heard a lot about tonight, Rimrock, Riverstone, all the way down through to veterans and Volunteers of America. So I wanted to give you a little bit of a data snapshot. I'm not doing this in a spreadsheet, so this is just some of the high-level numbers. So since we started our coordinated entry system in 2018 in October of that year, we have enrolled 2,184 adults in our coordinated entry system with the help of those 17 providers. All of those people have been assessed. They've all been prioritized to be put on the by name list when appropriate, and they've all been referred out to services. And all of these folks we have data on, and we've been able to track where they've moved through the system. Now, when you take a look at that in just a one-year snapshot, 2021, the last year, we had 1,358 adults that we enrolled in just a one-year period, and that was last year, 2021. So when we break that down a little bit further into just a one-month snapshot, last month, May of 2022, you can see that we had 505 adults who were enrolled in our coordinated entry system, and 131 of those were placed on what we call our by name list, and that's prioritized by need with a score on the most complex people getting put into that so that they can be prioritized for biweekly case conferencing. And those 17 providers meet biweekly for this 131 people on the by name list this month to determine how are we going to move these folks who are the most complex cases out of homelessness and into stable housing. Within that number, 58 adults were newly assessed in May. So when we're talking about people that have not been in the system before, 58 were newly assessed in just this last month. Now, in the last month, we were able to take, of those 505 who were in our system, and get 10 of those successfully housed. So about an average of 1 every 3 days, we're moving into actual permanent housing in the end. I wanted to look at these risk factors again. This is from an outside entity we had who came in and looked at all of our data, 787 coordinated entry assessments, and tried to look at the root causes. Why are people becoming homeless? And you can see what those are and how many people within our system actually identified with those causes. So 55% had relationship breakdown, 53% had abuse and trauma. And I say this because I want to talk about how sheltering addresses these root causes. So when we talk about stopping the cycle of abuse and trauma night to night that our folks suffer on the streets, and we talk about putting them in shelter instead, where we can build these relationships, where we can model what a healthy relationship looks like. And we can, at the same time, start to address their chronic health issues, start to address their debt, and show them that you don't need to avoid care because we're here to help you. Prove to them that we're here to meet their basic needs. That's what's helping move people out of homelessness successfully into permanent housing. So shelter is key to these root causes because abuse and trauma isn't a diagnostic code that you can easily solve with a Medicaid billing, right? These are things that we stop this cycle of abuse and trauma every night, and then we start to whittle away through things like therapy and counseling. These aren't quick, fast approaches. These are long-term gains. But shelter is where we can start that at. That's the very first place we can start to make a difference in that abuse and trauma night to night. We can also build those relationships, and that's really important. Also, those chronic health issues, we don't talk about that often. We talk about substance abuse and behavioral health. We don't talk about the chronic health issues that we see on our streets that are a huge, huge part for over a third of our individuals in that coordinated entry system. I do want to talk about 3 examples of people that I know personally that I've worked with who would be sheltered in care here, who don't have anywhere else to go right now. So one is Joe. He's the gentleman you saw on the opening slide. He sleeps across the street in front of the art gallery. He's a senior citizen. He does need a walker to stay mobile, and he struggles with incontinence and bowel control. That incontinence and bowel control is why he has been deemed beyond the scope of care at many of our providers that exist now. He does drink nightly, primarily as a sleep aid, so he's not sober. He also has financial support like many of these folks have. It's just not enough to get by. And he needs supports, both physical and behavioral, in order to succeed independently in housing. He is currently sleeping on the streets, and a low barrier shelter would be a safer, more affordable option when he's not a danger to himself or others. Jane is also a senior citizen. She walks without aid of assistive devices, and she's also sober. But Jane instead struggles with severe disabling mental illness. She has paranoia and delusions that trigger violent behavior, also deemed beyond the scope of care of the services we have now, also financially supported from SSDI, but not enough to get by. Also needs those supports to succeed in independent housing, also currently sleeping on the streets and could be served in a low barrier shelter when she's not a danger to herself or others. When she is, that is where mobile crisis response or where police or where fire, where the ER, where the jail might be appropriate. But on the nights where she's not violent, where paranoia and delusions aren't taking over for her, we could just shelter her instead of having her sleep on the streets. On 29th Street is where she sleeps. And then we have Jack. Now, Jack is someone that I met in my ride along with the downtown resource officers. He's in his late 30s. He's a Native American, and he uses a walking boot due to an unhealed foot injury. And he is experiencing end-stage renal failure. So when you think about that, he doesn't have a whole lot of reason to want to get sober at this point. He drinks alcohol frequently, and he's also an opportunity user of other substances. So every time we move Jack from one place to another, he typically finds another substance to use on his way to the next place. Again, repeatedly deemed beyond the scope of care. In my ride along with Jack, we encountered him 3 times in 2 to 3 hours. The first was when we went to the hub, where these folks do still hang out, even though we closed it. And we moved him along with his friends with walkers. He immediately walked out into traffic on 27th, where he was almost hit by a car. And he moved across the street to the bank parking lot that's deserted, where we later found him passed out because he had opportunity used more substances. And we then had to, respond with fire AMR, and he went to the ER and potentially eventually to jail. So a really expensive way to deal with him when we could have just simply provided him a place to sleep it off. Again, Jack is currently sleeping on the streets. When he's not a danger to himself or others, we can shelter him. And we did so at that motel. So by the numbers, I want to talk about the sheltering that we've already done. So this is not something we're endeavoring to do, we've done it. We sheltered 131 unique individuals in that 24-hour quarantine and isolation, so with infectious diseases, during essentially a 10-month period in 2 separate stages. We also housed 401 people, or sheltered 401 people, in the overnight low barrier shelter component, which was just a 12-hour response. And what that cost us to operate was about $80,000 a month. And that was non-congregate care. We were able to offer showers, laundry service overnight, kind of the gold standard for what care would be, but very expensive. When we sheltered them, shifted into emergency mode to shelter in the church basement once that motel closed, we brought that cost down to about $30,000 a month, but that's because we didn't have bathrooms, or we didn't have showers, we didn't have laundry of their clothes, we had only staff overnight, we weren't keeping it staffed around the clock, and it was a congregate care model where people are all sleeping in the same room, as opposed to having some space, which some of our folks really do need a non-congregate model. Not all of them do. Some can do well in congregate care, but some really do need non-congregate. So when you look at that by the numbers, where people were moving night to night, I just went ahead and did an average of all of the nights that we provided shelter, where were people staying? And so there were about 26 on average who were staying in that congregate care at the First Church. Sometimes as many as 40, sometimes a little lower, but on average 26 a night. And that's in addition to the 35 a night who are staying at the Community Crisis Center, which is intended not as a shelter, as a crisis response, but it is where people are de facto being sheltered when there's nowhere else to go. And this is all on top of whatever services are being provided by the MRM in their traditional program as well as their emergency shelter. So we know that there's about 70 people who are on the streets every single night who need somewhere to go, 26 of them who don't have a place now, potentially up to 35 who might be better served by shelter as opposed to crisis care. So this builds on what you already heard Kristen talk about, the three-legged stool of reimagining crisis care. Someone to call, someone to respond, somewhere to go. This is best practices from SAMHSA. And so we have someone to call now. We have 211, we have 911, and we're about to have 988. We have someone to respond. We have police, we have fire, we have a mobile medical, and we may soon have crisis response. We do have some places to go, the ER and the jail, as well as crisis receiving, but we have a big gap in shelter. And so the question is, can the shelter we have now meet this need, or do we need a place for people to go that's not ER and jail, that's much lower cost and much more effective outcomes? And so what does that look like? I wanted to give you some hard numbers on the budget of how we would pull this off. And this is based on what we did at the church basement from December 30th of the last year until April 3rd of this year. So we know it costs us about $4,000 a month for rent and utilities, especially when we have to get a temporary facility. The security and the screening is really the most expensive part, and that's because we do that with contracted services right now. But even if we had to hire security guards and screening, it's going to cost quite a bit to do that. And so our screening partner is the Community Crisis Center, and our security partner was Big Sky Event Services, which actually does also work with other downtown business owners. They've been hired by those business owners because they saw them doing such a good job for us at the low barrier shelter. So very effective. Janitorial costs, that's things like we have to launder the blankets, but also we need to clean the area, both because of infectious diseases, but just generally speaking. And we do have some incidentals. Sometimes we need to buy new blankets. We might need to put some gas in a vehicle to get someone somewhere. So that's about $1,000 per month. So when I break this into pieces, this is the most urgent need right now. If we want to shelter people this winter and we were to start this funding on July 1st, that would give us 90 days to have something up and running by October 1st. So every day that delays beyond that is probably delayed opening for this winter of seasonal shelter. The other component that we really feel is important, sorry about that. The other component we feel is really important is the care coordination and oversight. So this is the second half of our proposal in that first phase one. I've broken it into two pieces just so you all have some options as to how to sequence the projects. But what we would do here is we would dedicate a case manager to assessment and diversion on the front end. We would also dedicate a case manager to wraparound care and a case manager on the back end to housing supports. There is some need for oversight and backbone support. That's through United Way, which is our fiscal agent. We're not our own nonprofit, similar to Substance Abuse Connect, who has Rimrock as their fiscal agent. So council really has the option to fund one or both parts in whatever order they want in relation to the rest of the proposals they've seen before them. But this is how it looks in a response system, similar to the crisis continuum you've seen from Substance Abuse Connect. We have the coordinated assessment, we have the diversion happening through the crisis center, we have rapid rehousing already occurring through HRDC. We are missing the shelter and we are missing the supportive housing. This is largely what is being used nationally to respond to homelessness. And so that better pathway forward would be this crisis response center that you all talked about. You can call it a crisis response center, a transformational campus, or a permanent low barrier facility. But the key being you would share the location to maximize cost savings amongst multiple partners who are doing this work with this non-sober population. So you could have social detox there. You could have crisis receiving. You could have supportive services. You could have overnight shelter, and you can have supportive housing all on site in a permanent facility, co-located to lower the cost for everyone and maximize the results. Also, long-term, we would have 24/7, 365 security, not just for the facility, but for the surrounding block or blocks, as well as access to public restrooms. We all know the public restrooms are a challenge, especially for our business owners in the area who have to clean it up the next morning. So we would provide that if we could have a permanent facility that wasn't just a seasonal shelter. And obviously, the case coordination is something we would like to see ongoing for the project to be successful long-term. Now, here's where, what do you all get out of it if you make this investment? This is what it looks like when we build the homeless crisis response system appropriately, an efficient crisis continuum, if you will. So it starts with prevention and keeping people in their homes, and then you really have a two-path option. One is entering the emergency services system. You heard all about that from Kristen, mobile behavioral health, all of that. But another option is we bypass that system altogether. And whenever we can, we move people directly into housing as often as we can, whether that's keeping them in housing on the front end or that's diverting them over to shelter, diverting them to transitional services, diverting them to permanent supportive housing. And so when we get to this end goal, we end up bypassing the emergency services altogether and saving all of that investment on the front end that you all are right now primarily responding to. So lastly, I just kind of want to reiterate that housing really is public safety, and it's also infrastructure, and it's also healthcare. Call it public safety mills, call it marijuana. To us, it's an urgent need, and we need it to be funded somehow. Off the Streets was a temporary project. We did this because there was a pandemic that we were responding to, but it was an important prototype for us to develop a community-wide response to homelessness. And we did that, and we've learned from that, and now we want to move forward in the next iteration of the work. We knew all along that a longer-term or permanent shelter would require different staffing. It would require a different operational model, which we've now seen in the church basement. And we knew we would need stable funding long-term. That COVID funding that we used was going to run out. And we also know that capital improvements or new constructions will be needed at some point if we want to continue to provide this service. There just isn't a place to do so now and do so well. So with that, that's my presentation. I do want to bring up Randy Hafer, who's been the architect we've been working with on our permanent long-term project, for his perspective, for you all to hear from somebody a little bit different than myself. And then I just have a few closing comments after that, if that works for you all.
Mr. Hafer.
Yes, I'm back. So anyway, you all have a really significant issue in front of you, as you certainly know. And I have been helping Carrie look at some sites for this a permanent low barrier shelter. And there are some opportunities downtown, one of which is a building that we had done some investigations on before. And can I say what that is? It's a building located on Montana Avenue, 3013 Montana Avenue. It is for sale. It's got 3 floors. It's really a great location because on the one hand, across the street, we don't have another business. We have the railroad yard. So, and it's a relatively, one of the neighbors is HRDC, who are partners in all of this. So, and there's actually space in the back and on the roof where we can actually have places, day spaces for people. With the 3 floors, there's the opportunity to have the very low barrier shelter on one level, wraparound services on another level, and some very kind of early transitional housing on the top level. It's a building that actually could potentially qualify for historic tax credits. It's empty right now. It's been empty for a while, and it has been completely cleaned out, so it's ready to go. We do a lot of work with buildings like this, and the kind of program that she's talking about and the gap that fills, I think, which we all see as business owners in downtown Billings, to have some place safe to take people who aren't takeable in any other situation, unfortunately. But this could really be a great opportunity. And it is right downtown also. It's very convenient, but without really creating a lot of the other issues if you're right in the middle of a neighborhood that's got a lot of retailers stuff going on. That particular block also has the golf place there, but their entrance is around the side. So you kind of got a whole block that's not going to be bothered on the street, nobody across the street, and then the alley, as I said, can actually be fenced off. And so there's a way to contain all of that activity without disrupting people. So that kind of opportunity there, I pretty much know every building downtown. I've been in most of them. We've remodeled a lot of them. And this, I think, is a really exciting potential for this kind of thing. And it seems to me this is also the gap that's missing. As Councilman Neese was talking about, and others, about, if we do all this crew stuff, but we don't have anywhere to take people who have to be taken somewhere first, we really want to avoid taking them to the ER. We can't often take them to the jail, so what do? You drive around for a while and you dump them out somewhere. I mean, that doesn't work. And we know as downtown business owners that the winter that we had that shelter was amazing. What a difference that made. And it was obviously very frustrating for everybody when the pipe broke this past winter, before the winter was over. But anyhow, so there is an opportunity, and I think this is a gap that needs to be filled, and there's an opportunity to fill it with a place that is a reasonably priced building that really could be converted into such a thing for way less money than building new. And I'm not a social service person. I mean, but I've been involved in downtown for a long time, and this is a conversation that's been going on since the mid-90s when I started being involved in downtown stuff. And there've been tons of ideas, but frankly, where we are right now, it seems to me like the pieces are finally coming together, but we need to put together this shelter. We've got to have a place where people can go and not just be tossed in, but really to be able to receive care and to have opportunities to move out of that situation, or at least be stabilized for most of the time. And some of those people will then move out. But in the meantime, they can be taken care of in a proper way, in a humane way. So I'm just here to support this. I think this whole package, to me, sounds amazing. I'd really like to see what all you can do. I realize money doesn't grow on trees, but there is some funding. So if we figure out how to spread that out so that we can do all these different parts, these 2 or 3 different parts that we've got to need to come together, working together, which is another thing. I mean, I think people are just working together in a much better and more effective way than we've seen in the past. So I think we need to grab it. I think we need to try it. As I think you said, Mayor, that we don't know all the answers first up front, but I think if we've got all the parts, let's get the team on the field, and let's see how we play. And we'll improve as we go. But we've really got to get something started. We just can't keep doing the same old. It doesn't work. We just keep recycling people and problems, and it creates frustrations for all kinds of folks. And I think we're a town that can get it done. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Carrie, you ready for us for questions?
Just
or
about.
did
I
you
just have a
more?
couple conclusionary thoughts and then questions. So I just wanted to point out that this is my 3rd time here in 6 weeks. And I am just really not clear what else is needed that we can provide to make you all feel more comfortable in this investment. And so when it comes down to an RFP, what are the services that you would want to seek, right? And who else is interested in providing them? Where are they? Why haven't they taken this on yet? And I would say that's because no one organization can solve this alone. As we found out through the coalition work standing this project up, even with a coalition, it was very hard to continue to fund it. And it really does require a collaborative approach where we are doing some innovative cost sharing and cost savings as well. In terms of cash flow, with the marijuana funding that's come through as well as the public safety mills, we know that there's no longer an issue in terms of the funding of all of the projects who've applied. In fact, you'd have $200,000 left over to potentially hire that expert, even if you funded us at the full amount, as well as the $200,000 for Substance Abuse Connect, as well as the $200,000 for YWCA. So really, it's just sequencing that's important. And so this comes back to, if you want us to stand this up this winter by October 1st, when that cold weather first comes in, we have 90 days to do so if we were to have that funding by July 1st, right? We can do things in 6 weeks. We've done it before. We can do it in an evening. We've done it before. But it doesn't yield the best results. And so if you can give us all just a little bit more time instead of emergency response to do something where we can give showers for folks instead of leaving them without, we can try to find a non-concrete option. We can potentially make it ADA accessible. That would be excellent. So our asks really are for the first $200,000 now for the sheltering component seasonally, and the next $200,000 to complete the whole picture as soon as you possibly can. Because sheltering without case management that's dedicated to the pieces in the homeless crisis response, we're not moving people out, we're just sheltering them. And then the other thing I would ask that we haven't asked for before would be just some sort of dedicated staff, or perhaps a council member, if one of you is interested, to come to our monthly continuum of care meetings. One of the things I noticed when I was having a lot of the meetings with Chris and fire police chiefs is that, you know, there's a lot of staff time that's been spent with Substance Abuse Connect, and I appreciate that a lot because that's how they've gotten their understanding of what mobile behavioral health does and how that can work better. But if we could get the same sort of thing with the continuum of care, I think that you all would end up understanding how these two things go together and how ultimately it does reduce the burden for your first responders. Lastly, I do want to just tell you a little bit about the bang for the buck that you're going to get with the COC. We're a little different. We're pretty grassroots. We don't have a whole lot of administrative overhead, no real staff to speak of, no consultants. But what we have done with $100,000 since we started our coordinated entry system is we created policies and procedures from scratch to stand up a shelter and a quarantine and isolation site. We made a strategic plan and we've started to implement that. We pivoted to seasonal shelter when we had to, once that motel closed. We've done 2 community-wide assessments by outside evaluators, all of this at no cost to the city or the county at this point. We also stood up the coordinated entry system with these 17 partners, all of whom give their time for this to be something that you all can benefit from. And so, you know, in terms of the bang for your buck, what you're going to get is no oversight really to speak of, other than the $20,000 that we've been very transparent that we can't do it without, because there is some sort of backbone support and oversight required from our fiscal agent. And I just want to end with the gentleman in this slide. So I know that it's really easy for all of us to turn our heads and look away and pretend that these folks aren't there and pretend that somebody else will take care of them and it's not our problem. And every night, every Monday night when you leave and you go out of Park 3, across the street, this gentleman is sleeping in front of that art gallery. And tonight I want you to take a look at him, a real hard look, and I want you to think what we might be able to do differently for Joe. Because Joe's only crime is that he's a senior citizen with a walker, who drinks as a sleep aid, and who's incontinent. That's a medical problem. And I think we can do better for people like Joe. And I know that our low barrier shelter can meet that need, and we can do that without any major negative public safety impact, and we can do so with a huge positive public safety impact for you all. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I'm sure we have many. Who would like to start? And we'll just continue down. Yeah, we'll do that, but we need a starting point. Councilmember Gulick, and then we'll continue this way.
Mine's not a question, it's actually, I need to recuse myself. I'm a partner at High Plains Architects, which has been mentioned tonight, and so we don't have a contract at this point, but just to keep all aboard, I will recuse myself. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, that wasn't much of a start for us. But Councilmember Neese, do you mind starting us, and then we'll...
Okay, I'll start. You gotta find where I put my notes, sorry. So as I was going through this, the public safety, and of course we have the medical marijuana money, but the public safety mill levy talks about mental health and substance abuse. As I was going through your presentation, it seems like some of these people you mentioned have some maybe substance abuse, but I didn't see that in your program. So can you expound on that a little bit more about how this actually impacts the mental health and substance abuse as far as resolving that issue? It seems to me like, it seemed like if it was mental health, you kind of pushed it off somewhere else, but maybe I'm misunderstanding.
Absolutely. So when we look at these top 5 risk factors, certainly we did screen for substance use, current substance use, as well as past substance use and other things, mental health, but these were the top 5 risk factors. And so what we see is when people have relationship breakdown and constant abuse and trauma, chronic health issues, debt, and they feel like they can't get out of it, substance abuse is the symptom that results, right? And so it's also a root cause underneath as well, but guaranteed if somebody doesn't have substance abuse and mental health issues when they start on the street, after enough abuse and trauma, after enough relationship breakdown, and after enough chronic health issues, they will develop behavioral health and substance use problems. So what we're looking at is addressing the root causes, and we believe by doing that, we're going to also impact the substance abuse and mental health status of the folks that we're serving.
So what you're saying is this is actually more of a prevention than actually addressing the actual substance abuse or preventing them to being. What about these, especially with the top 5 relationship and the 53% abuse and trauma? Of course, those are the individuals who maybe have had the trauma and have left. They need that home. But what about probably the cause of that trauma or the relationship breakdown could have been substance abuse? Is there any impact that you'll have on that?
Yeah, so there is obviously, that does have some impact on substance abuse and trauma, but what we did is in our assessment, really, that's where these questions are asked. So has your current period of homelessness been caused by an experience of emotional, physical, psychological, sexual, or other type of abuse, right? So the same questions we asked about current drug use. And so for 6% of the people, the 787 that we did the assessment for, 6% said current drug use was their barrier preventing them from getting housing. Where the rest of these factors were popping up a lot more often. And that's not because substance abuse is not an issue or doesn't overlap. It's that it's not the key root cause, or it's not the biggest issue, that if they don't meet the basic hierarchy of needs of food, shelter, water, they're never getting to wanting to get sober, or they're never getting to wanting to address their behavioral health because we haven't stopped the cycle of abuse and trauma that's causing them to want to seek those substances every night, right?
And one more question on, when you talk about this low barrier shelter, or the shelter, it sounds like it would be actually more than just low barrier. We have several different organizations throughout the city and county that help homeless. You know, I think a CLDI, the MRM, I think, I'm not sure if St. V's does that, anything like that, but there's the Promise. There's lots of different people throughout the city. How does yours either overlap with some of that or coordinate with all of those agencies that are helping to really keep your footprint maybe minimal, or at least most effective in that? How are you working with those other agencies?
Yeah, so where we see this fitting in is kind of both in the gap between people in crisis and people who are ready to be sober and able to work and ready to go through a transitional program. So this would be how you would get somebody who's constantly in and out of crisis and not sober ready for a program like CLDI or the Mission, right? But also what this does is this provides a fallback. So when people don't succeed in sober living, or they don't succeed at the Mission, or they don't succeed in transitional housing, where do they go from there? They can fall back to this option as well. So it goes both ways, right? So once somebody's in crisis, if you don't have a way to get them more stabilized and get them to the point of being ready to get sober and be ready to work and to be housed permanently, there's a long path between for people like Joe and Jack and Jane, right? To get them to that stage of being ready. That shelter component with supportive services on site, non-congregate care when it makes sense, is how we get people to the Mission, and they're more likely to succeed once they get there. As well as, if they don't succeed, they have a fallback option.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen, are you with us, and do you have any questions?
Yeah, I guess I do have a question, Carrie, and I just have a little bit of a preamble, so I apologize, but just want to put this in context. I am not yet persuaded that the $2 million for substance abuse and mental health would be appropriately used for essentially, you know, for lack of a better word, construction dollars for establishing the shelter location itself. However, I did put forward an amendment that I look forward to discussing at a future time to talk about a fee-for-service system, to identify some of those gaps where the city is actually, you know, where Medicaid doesn't cover, but where the city can actually pay for outcomes. And so my question to you, Carrie, is if the city came on board, you said, you know, shelter first, case management later, or systems navigation later, or peer support later. What if the city became your partner and we flipped it? Could you identify alternative partners, alternative sources of funds for the physical facility if we came on board saying there are specific substance abuse and mental health things not reimbursable to Medicaid that the city will backstop fund because they are directly linked to moving people into stability and self-sustainability? Could you flip the order of operations, essentially?
Yeah, so I'm sorry if I haven't been clear. That's actually what we're really seeking is the operational support. So it's not to build a facility, it's to operate a facility, whether that's case management or that shelter itself. Long-term, we would like to purchase a building. We would like to, but we have a lot of ways we can fund that, as Randy said, through housing investment. If it's in a TIF district, if it's, eligible for energy efficiency credits, there's a lot of options in terms of capital investment. And so really what we're looking for is, we don't want to put money into a capital project and not know how we're going to operate it after the experience that we had with the motel, where we had already done that. And we found out that once those COVID dollars were gone, we would not be able to continue to operate it. We didn't have a sustainable funding source for that. So that's really where we see the city being able to partner, is on the operational side for those outcomes. And then we would, as we're doing that right now in the short term, and you're able to measure, is this really meeting the need? We can also put together a long-term plan to get a permanent facility where we would not just do low barrier shelter. We would have supportive services, permanent supportive housing, multiple things located, and it could be based on that outcome or fee for services that aren't reimbursable. That's really what we're talking about, are things that can't be funded any other way. If there was another funding source, I wouldn't be here for the third time in 6 weeks. I'd be asking someone else, right? But this is really honestly how every other community who's funding this type of a project, how they're doing it, is with the city or the county providing that investment upfront for the operational, and then the partners figure out where does the building come from, how do we pay for that long term.
And so if that were done on a fee-for-service basis, rather than us just issuing you a grant and hoping that, you know, you find some people and they do good things, if it were actually reimbursement for services delivered, you think that's an option that we could discuss further?
It would potentially be an option, but unfortunately for us, we've already spent every amount of funding we have on the front end to get that motel open, and we are just now getting reimbursed through FEMA for all of that. So we don't have a lot to put forth on the front end to be reimbursed on a fee-for-service basis. So while I think we could maybe do some sort of hybrid approach for that, where it's, I don't know if it's an MOU that says, here are the outcomes we expect, and if you don't deliver these, you pay us back. Or I don't know what that looks like, but you know, we're open to all sorts of options. I don't think it's a funding issue so much as what are the outcomes you specifically want from us? How do we deliver those? And how do we fund that in order to get you those outcomes in the lowest cost possible way we can?
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Yep.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. That's a question I always want to ask. When we've had various presentations and this person is aiming for sobriety, they have a place to live, and I won't go into that whole long discussion we've already had, but they're in a place where they can live. They're aiming for sobriety and they fail. They fail a drug test, they fail a urine test, then what happens? I've never quite got what I thought was a good answer to what does this person do? They were there, they were housed, they were trying for sobriety, they didn't make it. What happens after that? Anyway, so what I wanted to ask you, and thank you for your presentation, what I wanted to ask you is just in terms of the 200,000 and looking to just do this as a seasonal thing come cold weather. The 200,000, did that include a case manager or not?
No, so the original 200,000, that is just the cost to be able to shelter people for 6 months. And the case management is in addition to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. I've got actually 3 questions. I'm just going to, I think they're all important. I'll try to make them concise, and then we can come back to if you don't remember them. First one, what are the options for a location other than the building that would require a major build out since you've got such short time in October, by October, say? Second, you may want to go back to the slide that showed the kind of the budget, but my recollection is that it was added up to about $40,000 per month, with the $22,000 being the lion's share of that. You add all that up, and it's about $40,000 times 12 equals $480,000 for an annual budget. Or no, that's not correct, is it? I'm off. So that would be about 30, right? So 70, yeah, it's about 30, so about 360.
Yeah, well, so our proposal was just for 6 months of seasonal shelter that first year. So really, it's a stopgap. What's the most critical need? It's during the winter.
Okay, I was just going to
I
ask you
also
where
offered you,
that's coming from.
you know, a code blue, code red, that would be a one-day pop-up when it's over 100 or under 32. I've stripped that out of this at this point just to simplify it, but there is a possibility we could do some sort of pop-up when it's really hot or really cold outside of those 6 months. But the 6 months, October 1 to March 1, that's where most of these programs started, because that's the coldest winter months and the highest amount of need. In a perfect world, we would love to shelter these people all the time, because when you go out on the streets tonight, you'll see them all needing a place to be. And
Okay, so about $30,000 a month times 6 months.
Yep.
So the city becomes 100% of the funding source for that basic component of O&M.
I mean, it is essentially in this regard, but there's a lot of expenses that aren't part of this. So when we say to a partner, like you asked, who would the partner be? So if we say to First Church, hey, can you take these folks on and we'll give you $4,000 a month to use your space, and they take on all the things that need to be done by the fire marshal to make that space accessible like they did this winter. And we're talking about now doing that in a different space because we can't go back into the same space. We had a temporary use permit through the fire marshal for last winter. So if we go back to that church, we need to find a new space that the fire marshals and the building inspectors are comfortable with, which may give us an opportunity to be able to do a better job of sheltering the ADA population on that first floor instead of in the basement.
Okay,
But there would be costs associated with that our partner at First Church picks up, that I'm not accounting. These are just the bare bones operational expenses that have to be covered, that can't be covered any other way.
Okay, so that'll be one of the questions if there, it sounds like you've already offered that, but the last thing, and again, we still have to go back to the, what's the short-term location, but can you tell us really what the continuum of care is? The presentation talks about a board of directors, which is sort of a corporate concept, but I don't know that the continuum of care exists as a corporation, so who would the city even contract with? And also of the 35 community partners, they're not here. We know you've got a couple board members, somebody from Family Promise, so I'm sure they're on board. Marcinieri at the Community Crisis Center is a board member, so I'm sure they're on board. But that's only 2 of 35. We know a couple are not in support of the project. So where are they, and how concerned should we be about the lack of presentation by the other 30 some odd people, so, or organizations? So anyway, short-term location, and what is the continuum of care at this point?
Sure. So short-term location, first what we would do is look at that church again as a space that we may be able to use with a partner that we've already had an established relationship with. We've also heard that the folks who are Standing Up Off the Streets Corporation potentially have a building. What would that look like? Are they ready to operate that this winter? If we looked at the building that we talked about with Randy, that building actually could shelter people this winter. It doesn't need any improvements to shelter people. It does need improvements if we want to give them bathrooms that are not just porta potties, if we want to give them showers that are not a travel trailer that we move in for the winter, right? But we could use that facility this winter. So there's a lot of options, especially if we have $4,000 a month to be able to find a space if one of those that we've already identified doesn't work. So what is the continuum of care? The continuum of care is a program created by the Housing and Urban Development at the federal level. And what that is, it was done because people get federal funding for housing programs in their community, and HUD wanted to have a mechanism for accountability to be sure that people weren't duplicating services and were instead filling the gaps. And so the continuum of care was created nationwide with local COCs and statewide COCs. And we're the local Region 7 of the statewide COC that's required in order for dollars from HUD to come into our community for housing purposes. And one of the requirements of that is the coordinated entry system. That's how specifically HUD has designed these COCs to create a coordinated entry system that can analyze the data with all of the partners involved, right? So that's how the continuum of care was created. In terms of our structure here, we've really been doing a lot through our strategic plan to formalize our structure. So we just now have our very first ever board of directors. We did not have one before. The coalition didn't need one because we didn't have a lot of programmatic support we were doing like this. We didn't have a strategic plan to try to implement. This is really our first big go at formalizing these structures and making a plan and ticking off the things on that plan. So board of directors is one of the first things we've done. Bylaws is another thing we've done. We are not a nonprofit, so we don't have to have bylaws. We don't have to have a board of directors, but we think that those are structures that help us govern our organization better. What we do have to have is a fiscal agent who allows us to take the funding, and that's United Way. Very similar to SAC, how they have Rimrock as their fiscal agent. Substance Abuse Connect is not its own standalone organization either. So anything you do goes through Rimrock. The same thing with us would go through United Way, just like you saw with the FEMA MOU, where the continuum of care was signed by the continuum of care, but United Way is the mechanism responsible for fiscal reporting and for taking that funding. And that's why you see that small amount on the next slide for project oversight and backbone, is that we can't ask United Way to take all of this on for us and not reimburse their staff time, at least at that small cost of $20,000 per year, which doesn't even cover a full staff member.
But just to be clear, Continuum Care does not exist as a corporation, right? So who do we contract with?
We're a coalition, just like Substance Abuse Connect. So when you contract with Substance Abuse Connect, your contract would be with Rimrock, their fiscal agent. And when you contract with the Continuum of Care, our fiscal agent is United Way. So you would contract with United Way, but the project of United Way is the continuum of care, the coalition of all of the service providers, 35 of them in this community.
A coalition, I don't know what that means legally. Closest I would think of it as a partnership. So I bet you I'd be surprised if these 35 realized that they were part of a partnership and that, you know, if somebody is killed or injured, that they're on the hook because they're a partner. So that, I mean, I don't know, we're not going to resolve that tonight, but I'm just concerned that there's no corporate entity except for maybe United Way that we have to contract with. So
Yeah, these are working in communities all throughout the country.
the same issues with Substance Abuse Connect,
Absolutely.
as you say. So, okay, going this way, Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Boyder, thank you for all that information. A number question first. So for $200,000, how many people would we be potentially sheltering on average every night?
So we know we saw 26 on average in the church basement. Part of that is we couldn't take more than 40. So if we were able to have a larger space like we're talking about potentially on that first floor, we could take more. And so when you have 35 who are at the crisis center, do all of those need to be there? Are they all in crisis? Or would some be more appropriate for shelter, which then opens up the crisis center to be that place that you drop off folks from the crisis response unit who actually need crisis care because they're not full and at capacity every night, sheltering folks who have nowhere else to go.
Okay, and the second number is, so in the numbers that you got up there, the quick care coordination, is this also for 6 years, or is it for 6 months, or is it for the entire year?
This one's for the entire year. So, and that's where I did per year versus per month.
Yeah, and about how many people do you think they would be handling?
A lot, based on the 17 providers we have and the 2,183 that we've assessed and put into our system since 2018. What I can say is that we don't have enough case managers or case coordinators right now to actually get everybody to where they need to go. So what this would do is we'd really dedicate this. We would not employ these folks. They wouldn't be under, the funding would go through United Way, and then we would pass that off to one of our 35 partners who do this work, right? So we wouldn't create a whole new mechanism to hire and staff people. So assessment and diversion, largely who's doing that now is the crisis center, as well as HRDC does some diversion. And then wraparound care, that might look like healthcare for the homeless, that might look like HRDC, that might look like St. Vincent de Paul. Housing supports, obviously Housing Authority is one of our key partners, but as well HRDC again does those housing supports. So we have a lot of partners who would be able to house a case manager and then dedicate that staff member to the next slide, the pieces of the program that we know are going to get us moving. So assessment and diversion, sheltering, and housing, right? Rapid rehousing and shelter are wraparound services in this component.
So one last question. You mentioned a temporary permit for occupancy at First Church. Is that something the council could do something about to help in that situation?
Perhaps, I don't know, I'm not a developer who shelters people regularly, so it was a learning experience for me to figure out what it took to be able to get people into the church basement in the first place, working with the marshals, working with the building inspector to be able to do that. And so what we did was for a temporary one time through April 30th, and so I don't know what that looks like when you go back and you ask them again to use the same space. But I do know that if we were able to use the first floor instead, we could potentially have higher occupancy, and we would also have an accessible facility because people would be able to come out. There's a ramp from that first floor, where in the basement we could get them in, but we couldn't get them out if there were an emergency.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Tisdale?
Carrie, yeah, it looks to me like there are 12 regions. Is that correct?
I know our region a lot better than I know, but probably it's based on the HRDC regions.
Okay. What barriers exist between regions? So we're sitting in Region 7. What barriers exist that people aren't coming in from Region 3, 2, 1, whatever the case may be?
Well, so how this works, actually, it's pretty neat so all of us have the same coordinated entry system. So we have our local one, and then it feeds into this whole statewide, right? So if I'm a person who is not from Billings and I end up here, and I'm able, our case managers are able to say, oh, you know what? They have family in Missoula. Oh, they've been through a program in Missoula and they stayed housed for 6 months. They're able to look at that data and figure out which of these regions, which of these communities is this person going to be most likely to be successful in. So if they're not from here, we can send them back. And but the same goes. If they're from Billings and this is where they're going to succeed, then Missoula is going to send them to us. Not based on we have the services, based on how likely are they to be successful with the services we have here. Do they have established relationships? Have they succeeded in the past? So it's going both ways, really. Does that answer your question?
Fantastic, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilor Puritan?
Thank you. Thanks, Carrie. So would you acknowledge that there are some that are homeless by choice?
I think that people who find themselves unhoused on the streets have to make choices every single day. And I don't think that anyone wakes up one day and decides, I want to be homeless and sleep on the streets. I think they may make a choice when they're on the streets to refuse service. Or they may make a choice that I know if I go to that place, I'm going to be refused service. And so I'm not going to spend my time going there. Or they've thought that in their mind. That's what we see with that number 5 barrier of avoiding care. Something is causing them to avoid that care, right? It's probably the experience they had when they went there before. So do I think that perhaps they don't make the best choices that always lead to the best outcomes? Yes. But I don't think that anyone wakes up one day and decides I want to be homeless. And I know as a mother, I didn't carry a child in my womb for 9 months, hoping that one day he would struggle with substance abuse or behavioral health or become homeless. We all want the same thing for our kids. We all want the same things for ourselves. And so difficult situations lead to difficult choices. And yes, there is a population who you could build all the facilities in the world and they may not go there because they may not be ready. And what gets them to be ready? It's building those relationships. It's stopping that abuse and trauma. And that's where I think the desperate choices become different, when we offer different options in that scenario.
Well, and I think that might be a philosophical difference that some of us might have regarding that. I do understand that there are those that do need assistance. So I won't totally argue that point with you here. But let me go back to my notes. Whenever you were talking about on your data snapshot page, you kept using the term we. Who is we?
So the we is the 35 partners in the continuum of care, as well as the 17 direct service providers who take these coordinated assessments and put the data into the coordinated entry system. Okay. So that's how we got all this data, is from those we, the 17 providers who enter it.
And just one more question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
So whenever you give your, the 3 individuals that are on the streets, when I look at Joe and I look at Jane, they both have financial support from either SSI or SSDI. The amounts that they get from those funds, how those are used, are they on a payee program? And to say that, they are on the streets, because I think HRDC helps with that as well, some of these other partners that you're talking about. And I know that housing is very, very limited in Billings at this point. I think it was even before the pandemic. So I'm not going to blame it on the pandemic because it was there before. Jack, being Native American, most Native Americans have health care through Medicaid that's directly for their tribe. Do you guys have access to any of those funds? And do you not have any access to funding from the people that are on the streets that do get a monthly paycheck?
So I'll use Joe as an example because I'm most familiar with his situation. So he earns about $900 a month. So you know how far that would get you if you were trying to cover all of your living expenses with that. He also needs extensive supports to be successful in housing, both in terms of the incontinence issues, but also he can at times have too much to drink. Most of the time he's pretty docile, but on occasion, if you ask our officers, they do have to deal with him. And also they did have to deal with him when he had frostbite due to he had soaked himself in urine on a very cold night that he didn't have shelter. So he's an example, right? And so what he does instead, what does he do with his funding? I would love to get him a payee, but he doesn't go to St. Vincent de Paul. He's been turned away from the crisis center. He's been turned away from MRM. So how do we get him into a system where a payee could actually help him? First, we have to build the relationship with him, which is why I've taken the time, because there isn't case managers. So I personally, as a community volunteer, spend time with Joe to find out, Joe, what's it going to take to actually get you to succeed in housing? Because I don't want to see you die on the streets. And we're about 2 months away, I would say, from that for Joe. And that's why I ask you to look at him, because I want you to keep an eye on him every night and look at how he's deteriorating. And we don't have an option for him. And at some point, what we're going to have to do is clean Joe up off the street after he's deceased. And that's also going to cost us money. So if we don't care about the human aspect of Joe, then let's think about what it's costing us to respond when he has frostbite, or when he has had too much to drink, or, you know, his $900 isn't going to get him housed. But if we build a program where we teach him how to build those relationships, we teach him how to support himself, we model that behavior, and we start to give him more and more responsibility over time, and he starts to relearn those behaviors that over probably 30 years on the streets he's forgotten, we can do something better for Joe. And we had another example of that, of someone that it took us a long time to get her into housing. And as soon as we did, she passed away within 2 weeks of having a roof over her head. And maybe that isn't a success, but to me, that is the epitome of death with dignity, right? She died with a roof over her head, and she waited so she didn't have to die on the streets. And I don't know what you quantify as success, but I know that we can't continue to leave people like this on the streets, who are our aging citizens, who don't have anybody to care for them. We don't have care facilities. We don't have senior housing. We don't have options for these folks, and they're chronically ill. And it's very expensive to send them to the ER every time, or to charge them with a crime and send them to the jail because we don't have any other space for them.
Thank you, Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe for Randy. Randy, the Off the Street is a new organization that actually ran the motel last year, whatever it is. They have their own building now, apparently, the Yellowstone paper building. Are you familiar with that building?
Well, I'm familiar with that building, and as I understand it, they put together a buy-sell contingent on financing, of which they don't apparently have any. So I don't think that's particularly realistic. I mean, it's sort of a placeholder, hoping for money to fall out of the sky. That's a very big building. That's going to be a lot more expensive. But, you know, I think that the plan, I mean, you know, he would like to do something, so he went ahead and got the owner to agree to a buy-sell, but I really don't think it goes beyond that. Okay. I think the plan that's being developed here is much more complete and realistic, and frankly, much more cost-effective. It's a smaller building just to start with, so it's automatically going to be less expensive.
Okay. Thank you, Randy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. Carrie, one of the big differences between this presentation and the last one was this slide, somewhere to go, the care coordination and oversight. In the last presentation, there was one partner that was the private partner, and we don't have that name here. And I think this is kind of what the mayor was kind of getting to. Is it possible to have a private partner in this, like a Rimrock is on the CRU units? As you talk through these things, you mentioned 3 or 4 different organizations that may fit those different case manager roles. But there's not just kind of that, you know, that one throat to choke, if you will. So who is that, and why aren't they here tonight?
Yeah, so as you all know, this is not exactly the most efficient form of public feedback, right? So if I ask those folks from those organizations to come who work 40 or to 50 hours a week maintaining their organizations and come up here and get paid overtime to sit here, this is what they've asked me to do as the board president, is to come present for them. Every month they get updated. We've had Low Barrier Shelter Task Force. If you all came to our monthly meetings, you would see that all those partners are there, and they hear from us every month, and they continue to say, this is a need. They were all part of our strategic plan, much like SAC had a strategic plan. And so who would actually do the work? Well, we don't have any funding right now. So what our partners are saying is we've already been doing the work and we cannot continue to do this without funding, right? So the partners who did the work before were Housing Authority, Riverstone Health, HRDC, and United Way. That is who operated Off the Streets, not the Off the Streets Corporation. We did hire a manager that has formed a new corporation, but they did not operate off the streets and don't have experience doing so. So what we would do is, if we had this funding, we would say to the crisis center, you're primarily who's doing our assessment and diversion now. Can you utilize this and help us meet the outcomes that we know we need in order to deliver what council wants to see from us? And if they can't do that, then we go on to the next partner who can do assessment and diversion, which is HRDC. So we have multiple partners that we would call on. It wouldn't be just one. It would be whichever partner actually can deliver what we're trying to do by building this larger system. And so we know in the homeless crisis response system, there's some key areas that this needs to work. And so we don't just hire a case manager to do something that isn't part of this larger system. So it wouldn't be just funding a case manager at, say, St. Vincent de Paul just for the sake of doing that. It would be because St. Vincent de Paul provides the wraparound care that we need to help people succeed to get out of shelter. So once the funding is there, then we can sit down with our partners and say, all right, which of you actually want, just like Kristen did of, okay, who wants to do this? Rimrock stood up and said us. We just haven't done that in advance because if there's no funding, we don't have staff to put all of that together or consultants to put all that together for us on the front end.
And so in the short term, in the long term, your idea is that you'll have the facility, everybody can be co-located, and you can have all these services located there. You might have the community crisis center co-located and different services all co-located in that building. In the short term, where you just have the seasonal shelter, are these people working over Zoom? Are they located somewhere in the seasonal shelter? What's the plan for these people?
They would be located at the agency that would employ them, right? But they would then feed into that coordinated entry system. So we would have 3 more case managers in that coordinated entry system that we've already built with that case conferencing team to wrap around those 131 on the by name list. So for example, if HRDC has 2 people in that case conferencing team now, one who handles rapid rehousing and one who handles the housing for persons with AIDS, for example, and we brought in a new person to do housing supports through HRDC, now we have 3 on that case conferencing team from HRDC. And the new one would be specific to whichever one of these areas, and that would be what their goal would be, as opposed to right now, the case managers work for the agency and do all the work of the agency. These case managers would be assigned to an agency who would oversee their management, but they would have really specific goals within this homeless crisis response system, as opposed to just handling anyone all the time. It would be the most chronically unhoused, getting them into shelter, getting them to be successful with whatever supports they need to succeed once they get out of that system. And this would be how we would do that.
One last question.
Go ahead, and then Councilmember Shaw, we'll try to wrap up.
Yes, so in this environment where we have multiple different organizations all serving under one kind of umbrella grant, essentially to United Way, same question as we had for Substance Abuse Connect. What are the metrics that determine whether or not we're getting results for this grant? How are we going to measure success for this program?
So this is all on our coordinated entry data. And so what we've already done is a preliminary analysis from March of 2020 before COVID, before Off the Streets opened, where we could see what were the numbers of people, where were they going, what kind of needs did they have. We're redoing that right now, post-COVID, after Off the Streets, to see how did those numbers change when we offered shelter? How did those numbers change based on COVID? And so we will be able to continually do that. Regardless of whether we were to get funding here, we would be doing that as part of our own mechanism for looking at our data, because we're required to by the larger housing and urban development as part of being a continuum of care. So that's how we would measure it. Is I can pull it by month, as you saw, I can pull it by year, I can pull it in weekly increments, and we can look at that and say, okay, for only these people with these barriers of substance use, where did they go? You know, we can pull the data any which way we want to look at it and determine if we were to levy substance abuse and mental health mills, what were the outcomes there? Or if we were to take marijuana funding and say, you know what, we want to use that for crime prevention and harm reduction instead of, and separate the public safety mill and give that for something else, right? Either way, whatever those metrics are, whether it's mental health and substance abuse or whatever you might want to put in place around marijuana, we can give you whatever you need based on the data we already have in place. And that requires no funding from you all to do that.
Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I'll be very brief. I think all my questions have been answered. I feel like you dived into the case management piece, which I was curious about what exactly these people would do. So I'll just give a brief comment, which is that I don't want to see anybody die on our streets, freeze to death on our streets, and I think we're barreling toward a winter where that could easily happen again. And so I'll just give a plug on behalf of the downtown churches and businesses that we have to do something, and I don't think we can realistically rely on the churches to take this on out of the goodness of their heart. It's been great that they were able to step in and do that work, but that's not a sustainable long-term model. So thank you very much for this presentation. And the case management is the piece that I'm the most excited about, because I think that's the piece where we start to really see some of these metrics that we're talking about of how many people are we getting, to move through the system in a positive way. So the fastest we can get to that, I think, would be beneficial for the city. So thank you.
Yeah, and just to clarify on that, the reason we were able to do the church this last year is because we did have a little bit of funding left over to provide the staffing. So the volunteer model that we did to shelter people through my backyard, it worked, but it's very time intensive, and we can't serve the type of high need users we served when we had security staff and screening implemented, right? So if we want to do this well at the numbers that we served at that church, we do need staff, and that requires funding.
Thank you. Before we go to public comment, Councilman East, you had something?
One more question. Thank you for entertaining this last question. I talk to the downtown associates about this all the time, but why downtown? Why are we finding, it seems like this program is hitting the homeless and they all are downtown. Why are we looking at building a shelter downtown? The lady I spoke about earlier tonight, they were up in the Heights. I've seen them on the West End. Why are we not looking at shelter in the West End or in the South TIF or some other area where it's not in the downtown area, which we hear a lot of people complain that they want to come downtown and shop, but they won't because of the homeless in the downtown area? Why are we looking at building downtown or doing this downtown?
So I'd be totally open to locating anywhere, as long as we can get the people to that place, right? So if we locate in Sabura, for example, we have to transport them to that area, and that costs money that's not in this budget right now. So this is based on people being able to walk from one provider to another. What's nice about the location Randy mentioned is that it's within a block of almost every other service provider downtown. And it's also removed from the heart of the downtown business area where most of our traffic is, from the restaurants, from that Broadway corridor, from the medical corridor. It has, the only neighbors are 2 breweries, which are only open limited hours, and a golf store, and then the railroad. Other than that, its neighbors are HRDC. Right nearby is Office of Public Assistance, Alternatives Beta. So these folks are already in that area. So instead of trying to move them to a new place and hoping they get there, if we find a way to serve them where they're at and do so by minimizing the impacts like we did with Off the Streets, we proved with that project we can do this downtown and eliminate all the things that we think are the problems about sheltering downtown. We can also do it elsewhere, but we would have to then transport people, and that's a whole different ball of wax that requires not just a vehicle, but somebody to carry the insurance policy. What if there was an accident? Who has the liability? So not transporting people is an ideal scenario where people can move on their own and ideally don't run into a substance every step along the way.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll open it for public comment on this item, and then we'll come back to council. Is there any public comment on new item number 4, continuing of care budget requests?
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South. Now you can go. I had a whole lot of things I wanted to say, but I think it's bothering me that in the last questions, we've had this fear, and I've heard it too, the community is afraid of the homeless people. And won't come down if the homeless people are here. Well, by golly, we as a community have an obligation, a moral obligation, to care for our neighbors, homeless or not. We have a moral obligation to meet their needs. And we have, I'm going to hit on this, I'm a pastor, but also a chaplain. We have a spiritual obligation. On a spiritual level, we're taught in the Judeo-Christian tradition, for instance, that we're to feed the hungry, to house the homeless, to care for those who are sick and needy, to love our neighbors. And that's not with an exception of they have to be sober, or they have to look a certain way, or they have to have a certain sexual orientation, or they have to be ready for change. None of that is in our Judeo-Christian tradition. It's to love. And other faith traditions have that as well. And another part of that tradition that we never talk about is fear, that we are not to be afraid, and that we are to care for our neighbors as ourselves. And I really want that element to hit your ears, because it's time. A lot of what the community, and even I've heard in you, has reflected is fear. Fear of these unknown people will come down to my house, and I'll introduce you to some of these people. And anybody in the community that wants to do that, I welcome that, because you'll have a gift. They are a gift, whether you or anybody else recognizes it to this community. It reminds us that only by the grace of God, or only by sheer luck, we could all be in that shape. We could all, and I have been. I have a high IQ, I have 2 master's degrees, I have all these things, great careers, but by golly, I was homeless. And so I know it can happen. And I really ask you, this is not at all what I wanted to say, but I ask you to consider those elements in how you're thinking about the homeless in our community. And if you want, I can introduce you to Jack. Jack ends up on my porch at night. And if you'd like to meet Jack, you let me know and I'll give you a call. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, we've had our public comment. We've had a lot of questions. Chris, what do you want from us? Where is this going to come up in our budget discussions, council? We haven't even got to the budget discussion. Our discussion there was an hour and 15 minutes on that item. Very important, but we haven't even got to our 30 different budget proposals, proposed amendments from council members. Chris, feel free to comment. Council members, feel free to comment. If we have anything further on this one, I'm seeing a hand. Let's keep moving. Councilmember Purington.
I just have one thing. I think Andy brought his tent, so he's ready to stay up all night and go through those budget amendments. But I want to, there was one thing that I wanted to get in my brain, that with these partners that Carrie is talking about, from my perspective, correct me if I'm wrong, but I see continuum of care as the sheltering portion of all these other partners. Because if, like HRDC, you're talking about them hiring the case managers, or you have, other partners that are doing certain things. So the only thing that I see that you are truly doing in this is that you're providing the shelter. Is that just a yes or no?
Well, we would also rely on My Backyard as a partner, or potentially Off the Streets
Okay.
to operate.
Okay. And I appreciate, Catherine, what you said. Thank you very much, because that is the element that I see missing in so many of these partnerships that we have. I know that there are a lot of churches in Billings that do a lot of work, that do a lot of outreach, and I appreciate that. And at some point, won't be within the next 2 weeks, I can tell you that, I would not mind meeting Jack, but I'm just, because that is the hardest part, I think, for a lot of people. And, and that's not a bad thing, because that's not their gift. And so to say that everyone should be open to that sort of a communication, that's not their gift. But I do believe that that is one of my resistance with a lot of this, is that we're growing more government. We don't need to grow government. We just need to grow outreach. And there is a spiritual healing that needs to go on, not only in this city, but in this state and in this country. So I appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with you. I may not agree with how to go about doing that or making it happen for everyone, but I agree with you, and I appreciate you saying it, and so I'm glad that you did that instead of whatever else you were going to do. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, is there anything more on this item before we move on to our budget? Quickly, Councilmember Trickey.
I just want to make one real quick comment. As we were listening, as I was listening to this, I was reminded of Charles Dickens's character, Ebenezer Scrooge, saying, "Are there no poorhouses?" Dickens wrote during what was in America the first Gilded Era. We are now in the second Gilded Era. The answer during the first Gilded Era was, yes, there were poorhouses. But as we've just seen today, the answer during the second Gilded Era in America is there are no poorhouses. Just something to think about.
Okay, thank you, Council. I'm not hearing a specific proposal to move this one item forward. We still got things to do tonight, so let's call it quits on item number 4. Move to new item number 5, general budget discussion. Andy, Chris, who wants to introduce this? Again, we've got, by my count, 30 council proposed amendments.
So this is not moving forward, just to clarify? Is that I won't need to come back a fourth time? Is that what you just said?
Oh, no. That's not what I said. It's for tonight. What, I'm sorry, Councilor Ripsis?
I'm sorry, I didn't like how that wrapped up either. And I realized as you were saying it, nobody gave any specific direction to Chris on this. And I know we've already closed the item, but I think that was our mistake in not giving direction on how we wanted to move forward with this.
How would you like to move forward with this?
Well, I would very much like to see.
I was just reflecting the fact I wasn't hearing anything from council.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just kind of felt like we were trying to really move things along, and I didn't expect that to be the message that was received out here. I would very much like to see us put forward a process, and it might not be by July 1st, but to put forward a process that first of all deals with our seasonal sheltering needs this winter. Using either marijuana tax or mill levies, however we decide to do it. I think that's got to be a priority for us as a community. And as far as the case management goes, I'd like to see, if it has to be more of an RFP or something like that, to have some control over or some insight into where those monies are going to be spent, some type of process put forward that gets us to the point where we can allocate that money as well, because I think that is that wraparound care is critical. To making sure we're getting the money getting the results out of the money that we're investing.
The other thing I would add to that is there was a specific request for staff involvement or council involvement on a monthly basis with the continuum of care. So we really are part of that process. So I don't know how that would happen, but that would need to be a component as well. Chris, you had your hand up. You wanted to be able to comment.
I was just pointing out that Councilwoman Owen did have her hand up, but I see it's not up now. So I just would give her the opportunity.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Owen, did you have a hand up?
Only to, essentially, Tom ended up saying what I was going to say, is I think that if and how we move forward on the continuum of cares proposal would come up naturally as we're working through some of these budget amendments. How much do we levy? How do we allocate marijuana dollars? I think it's going to get addressed probably next week in the context of the budget amendments. That's all I was going to add.
Okay, thank you. It's a matter of money, surprising. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Yes, I feel like hopefully my comments communicated this, but this is definitely not done in my mind. This is the beginning of a process to hopefully achieve both of these things that were presented to us tonight. So I just wanted to say that I appreciated the mayor's trying to move us along, but that was definitely not the message that I wanted to send. And so I think other council members, some of them concur with that. Thanks.
So the only message I'm hearing is instruction to you, Chris, to keep doing something. Is that clear to you?
The good news is you hopefully are going to adopt a budget next week. I'm at 7 right now. I think it's about 7 of the 30-some potential amendments deal directly with the 2 mil discussion. So how you choose to flush it out next week or in budget adoption, I think will be your strongest implication of where you want to go from a policy direction. Do you fund things? When you don't fund things, then that pretty much says where it is from a financial standpoint for us.
Okay, if I can just add some clarity, hopefully, my sense, and I'm just 1 out of 11, is this is an important component, and that it's worth carrying on these discussions, trying to rough out the details of what might go into an MOU. My personal view, though, is the proposal is not fully baked, because I would like to see that Rimrock player, some other representation for continuum of care. I'd like to see other funding or understanding of what that funding is, and I'd like to know who we're going to contract with, understand how that works better. But those aren't necessarily impossible hurdles to get over, but I am a little concerned about our ability to do this one quickly, but there is a need. That's where I'm standing. But I don't want to be here all night as we debate this further. Is there anything further, though, that people want to chime in on before we move on to the budget item? Okay. We wish we could be here all night, but we can't on this. Thank you. Okay, our budget discussion, item number 6. Andy, we'll just turn it to Andy. Yeah.
I'll be real brief. I'm sure Chris has some comments to add. Good evening. I did send out this morning around noon an updated list from what was attached to all council. There were some edits and revisions over the weekend, and so I wanted to make sure we captured all that.
And I'm sorry, Andy, would you just take Catherine's diagram, give it to Chris, and then we'll have that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well,
there you go.
Okay.
Can't read it.
You can pass it around. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah. So for those of you who may not have seen that email, there were updates on Councilmember Tariki and Councilmember Owens. Everyone else's, I believe, remain unchanged. And then the staff memo for next week for budget adoption is published today, and it has the most current revision attached as well. So when you see that packet, that has the current revision and is date marked at the bottom, as was the prior one. So June 20 is the one we're working on. I have them all pulled up, and I think Chris has a few comments as well.
So Mayor and Council, Andy, thank you. The only piece I would add is, the intent over the last work session and tonight was not the idea of forcing anybody to tip their hand on anything. But if the council members who put forth amendments wanted to have the opportunity to, maybe for the lack of a better term, make a pitch for their amendment, not necessarily think people were going to vote on them during these work sessions and say, kill this one, adopt that one, but the idea would be just to get you better information so that you can think about it throughout this last week and make stronger, more informed decisions next Monday. That was the intent. Great.
So thank you, Chris. Council, I guess I would suggest this for a proposal for procedure following up on Chris's point. Some of these are brand new. I mean, we literally didn't see them until we got Andy's email this afternoon, and we may or may not have even read that. What I would propose, subject to the council's approval, is that we do, just in order, page 1 through 30, ask each council member to give their elevator speech in favor of that item. Remembering that if you take 1 minute for each item, that's still 30 minutes. So if you've got 7 or 8 of them, as some council members do, you will really need to move quickly. Because if you spend 2 minutes on every one, we'll be here for an hour just getting that breakdown. That's not going to result in resolution, although in going through your 1 minute, you say, well, that one's really not very important. Let's scratch that. That would be progress. Or if you say, this one's really important, put a big star on that because I'm definitely coming back with that in a week. Pay attention to it. That would also be helpful for staff and helpful for the council. Is that an okay procedure? And Chris, did you want to comment further?
Only refinement I would add, because I had time to think about it today, is I would start wherever you start and you pick the top one that you want to pitch and keep going around. You're going to find out in that, some people may say, I'm not going to bring up 4 of my X, but rather than get stuck on one person and go over 4 or 5, maybe each of them pick their top one. They choose what they want to do and keep going around until you're done.
Okay, is that okay? Well, you can, okay, Councilmember Neese is indicating he doesn't have a top one. This is my inclination.
I will make a motion. I will make a motion to follow the procedure that everybody go around once, one at a time.
One at a time. Okay, and that'll kind of maybe trigger some sort of, but Councilmember Neese is already saying he's not prepared to be too specific about that. So we understand that. And we'll continue to give everybody an opportunity. Yes, Councilmember Owen.
Sorry, I just want to jump in here. As you know, I'm not actually in Billings. I'm not at my desk. I don't have my notes with me. So if I could just ask for a little bit of grace and be able to maybe not make so much of an organized pitch, but I guess if members had questions about my amendments, I think I could answer that off the top of my head, but I'm not sure I'm prepared tonight, given that I'm in a campground, to do a full pitch, if that's all right.
Sure, of course it is, and we have yours in front of us and we can remind you of what they were. So,
and I endeavored to put my pitch in the explanation, so I'm hopeful that I've done the legwork I need to, and maybe I would just be, like I said, better able to answer questions if people had them for me.
okay, fine. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in the order in which they are in our packet that we got from Andy today. I'll check them off as we hear something from each council member, and we will just ask you to keep your comments to one item, and then we'll rotate back. And if you've got multiple items, you'll have multiple opportunities to make a pitch for them. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What if Assistant Administrator could set this to 1 minute? I think it would help us, because 1 minute is going to stretch into 20
That's
by
fine.
the time of the. Yep.
Okay, it'll take Kevin half an hour to figure out how to use that, so let's get started. We'll do our best. And I'm going to do we're going to start conveniently with mine, so I'll keep it to under a minute. It's fairly simple. It was just to set aside $10,000 for garbage collection, to ask staff to find somebody to do that for that budget. It would be funded out of council contingency. If there is no other claims on the council contingency, well, right now it's $25,000. So if it is, if it can be fully funded, there really is no budget amendment at all. It's only if we exceeded the $25,000 coming out of the contingency that we would need to adjust that upward for this $10,000. Is that enough? I don't know, but it's at least a start. We would get from nonprofits, whoever wanted to respond. Do you have questions about this, or, okay, sure, shoot.
So are you referring to the 2022?
No, this would be for fiscal year 2023.
Okay.
But that, you're right, that's another possibility. We still have some dollars I suppose, left in that. Councilmember Pearson?
Well, didn't we, so didn't we fund Bright and Beautiful? That was part of, is that not part of this? Using that for that cleanup? That was last year. I think it was in 2022.
We did make we do make some sort of a payment to Bright and Beautiful, but that's for their costs, for their executive director. That does not cover this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else on this one before we move on? Councilmember Bernice.
Doesn't Public Works have a fund for this? I mean, wouldn't they just fund this $10,000? I mean, I know their budget's much larger, and I would assume they can absorb the $10,000 instead of us coming out of contingency.
Yeah, I don't know. They do pick up garbage and they get money. So along South Billings Boulevard, that's where their focus is, on the way to the landfill. I don't know to what extent they do anything beyond South Billings Boulevard. They might, but.
Trying
as far
to
as I
keep
know.
credibility with Debbie, their budget, yeah, is to do just what the mayor said. It's part of the cleanup of the mess that gets created by users heading to the landfill. It's not a general fund to do pickup wherever in town.
And at the landfill itself.
Not that it couldn't be used,
Yeah,
but
but couldn't they expand that? Because, I mean, people are driving down the interstate to come to the landfill and it's blowing off there, and that's where you're talking about.
They could expand that, but we would need to give them money to expand it. So either way, it's $10,000. So that's what my proposal is. We've got to keep moving. Next item up is Councilmember Neese. You've got yours in front of you as a reminder?
The one is just eliminate the council contingency. We actually are the drivers. We set the purse. There's no reason to even have a contingency fund. If there's a need, just make an initiative and then vote it. So that was any questions? That's all I had.
Can you remind us which number?
That was number one.
Number one.
Page 2.
Page 2, gotcha. Okay, very good. Thank you. The next one up was Councilmember Treaky.
So the first one.
Unless there were questions, or. Well, we were just we're gonna go through, give everybody a chance to that will force a certain prioritization. Councilmember Neese has already indicated that's not really what he's doing. Councilmember Treaky.
So the first one we've already adopted. So that's my first one.
First, remind us, what was first one? And page
The
number.
first one was for discussing the public safety mill levy 2 mills and the marijuana money until after we settle this part of the budget.
Okay, and I apologize, I should have mentioned Councilmember Owen, but I wasn't paying attention. So anyway, what that is, that's Treaky number one?
Yes.
What page number? Page 15.
Yeah, on page 17. And I'm looking at what Andy distributed this afternoon, not what was in our packet. Yep, what Andy distributed. Okay, Councilmember Owen, you've already said that you wanted to just receive questions. Do you want to make a pitch for any? You had well, I can remind you if you don't remember what they were.
So I have put forward just a couple of amendments to actually encourage us to debate intentionally whether or not we want to levy 1 mill, 2 mill, or no mill. So those amendments are there. I've talked a little bit briefly about an alternative to an RFP, which would be a fee-for-service proposal, so that we're very specifically identifying outcomes related to substance abuse and mental health that we would perhaps pay for. And then I have a few amendments just to sort of reallocate or prioritize funding around very specific crime prevention and crime investigation activities, community crime prevention, CPTED, and domestic violence. So I'd be happy to answer questions if anyone has them.
I have a question. You had 3 proposals for increased spending relating to public safety generally. I think if you add them up, it's about $100,000. The common funding source was from reserves, specifically saying that animal control doesn't spend all of its money. I don't think, how do we do that? I mean, it's either got to be just out of reserves or reducing animal control's budget. Do you want to reduce animal control budget so they don't have the option to spend? Or are you thinking that we would make these proposals contingent? And so at the end of the year, if animal control did not spend it, since we can't really know that, then these dollars would be triggered. So reduce their budget or contingent or something else. That make sense?
So a couple of answers, and thank you for those questions. There should only be 2 amendments that reallocate funds. They're not spending increases, they're reallocations. The CPTED is simply a prioritization out of the O&M line in the city administrator's budget. It's not increasing funds, it's just directing the expenditure within that line item. But as for the crime prevention and the domestic violence. No. So I very specifically do not want to reduce the number of FTE available for animal control. I think it's important that we fund that and fund it well. But it is the case, as I understand it, having had some conversations with Andy, that they're not going to spend those funds this year, fiscal year 22. There are 2 FTE that are vacant. And so rather than just dumping those into reserves, I'd rather carry them over into FY23 and allocate them to these purposes. It also seems to be the case that if that's an insufficient amount of funds, which we won't know just yet, Andy doesn't seem to think Andy seems to think there'll be enough. But if there isn't, there are likely some things in the O&M line of animal control that maybe will ultimately be vacancy savings. So training for officers that haven't yet been hired, we probably won't spend all of those. So you could allocate a portion of that to these activities. But I very specifically do not want to reduce personnel, but I do want to prioritize these things. And I'd rather see that these 2 items funded than money just go into reserves. So the idea is to focus on the carryover more so than reducing funding. Does that make sense?
Yes, use fiscal year 22 reserves, whatever you want to call it, but not put them in reserves, just, as you say, reallocate to this cause, those 2 causes.
Yeah, essentially just to carry them over, yes.
Okay, thank you. A question from Councilmember Shaw and Joy.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen, I wanted to say I really appreciated your amendments and your descriptions. I feel like it was very easy to understand what it was you're trying to get across. My question for you is on the domestic violence funding. And reading through the report, I think you recommended, you said one of the recommendations is the establishment of a multi-jurisdictional family violence unit. Certainly agree with you, we need more funding in this area. Was it your intention to specifically allocate this $50,000 to that or something else, or to give it to the police department and let them decide the investigation? I'm just trying to understand get a little clarity.
It's the latter, Kendra. So the CPSM report does recommend the establishment of a family violence unit. I'm going to defer to Officer Nash and her team and the chief to determine if that's the right prioritization, if there are other more urgent needs. As you know, in domestic violence investigations, there's always costs that come up that are unanticipated. So this isn't going to fund new people, but there are certainly costs that we may not identify, and I want to make sure that we're not hamstrung in investigations because there aren't adequate resources. So whether it's establishing this multi-jurisdictional unit to better investigate and enforce against people who commit domestic violence acts, or if it's to train better or fund services that aren't getting funded, I'm going to leave that to the discretion of the department. But I think it's really important that we make it a priority and that we give them adequate resources.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I guess when I read these, and Councilmember Owen, you were very clear in your descriptions. Thank you. But when I read these, I'm really kind of wondering the impact on city services and the impact on our delivery of services to our customers, to the city of Billings. So when you say you would strike the FTEs, how do you see those departments managing without those FTEs? In particular, the records manager or the payroll generalist. How will that work be covered if those FTEs are not hired? Thank you.
For me, this is fundamentally a philosophical question. So I think that the taxpayers are facing a massive tax increase, and we know that. It's not only the public safety mill levy, but house values are going up. People are looking at significant cost increases in an environment where there's real inflation, where there's real pressure on the budget. And so I'm just not persuaded, based on what's in the budget, that those are positions that we absolutely cannot live without for another fiscal year. And so I want to put that question out there. Are these so essential that we absolutely have to burden the taxpayer with these costs, or can they wait? And if they can't wait, are we sure we want to levy for them, or are there other things that we can cut instead? I think when it comes to admin and overhead positions, we do want to deliver high quality services, but we have to ask ourselves, I think we have a duty to ask ourselves, is this the right time? Is it absolutely essential that we add 3 administrative positions, or can we wait, give the taxpayers a chance to catch their breath reduce the burden of the levy this year, or find another path forward. So that's the discussion that I want to have more robustly. I would ask you all to reflect on that. Are these 3 administrative positions so essential that they have to happen now?
Okay, thank you very much. We need to move on, give other council members a chance, but we will want to get an answer to that from staff, that last question, especially their opinion about that. We kind of grouped those instead of one at a time because of the situation there, but we've heard from Councilmember Treaky at least once. Councilmember Purington, you're in the list next. So what would you like to put a pitch for? And again, we'll keep rotating around.
I was going to agree with, I'm trying to find mine in this mess. Anyway, agree with Councilmember Neese regarding the contingency and the P card thing. I would agree with that. So I don't know that I need to go beyond pitching that one. Some of mine were questions that had to do with pay to throw, and I know Councilmember Neese did that. And then all those upgrades and that 20% landfill fee, the reserve, and how we use that, because there were various upgrades. This, I don't know if it's in the CIP or if it's just in the budget, but in the CIP 2026, there's $4.9 million in landfill projects. So if we keep using or saving those funds, putting them in that reserve fund for major landfill expenditures, then we don't have to raise year to year more of our fees associated with the landfill. And I think that was the intent too with Councilmember Ewald's.
Okay, and we'll have an opportunity to come back to anything else that's there. And then Councilmember Rupsis, we'll start again.
Thank you, Mayor. We've already actually talked about my 3 amendments, so I'll just recap them real quick, and then we won't have to come back to me. The first one is to hire a project manager for the Parks Department. We've needed this for years. The PD1 on the O&M side has historically run $200,000 to $250,000 under budget every year, and it's allowed us to accrue a reserve, which is nice, but it's come at the expense of projects taking longer than they've needed to. So I'm encouraging us to support a project manager for the Parks Department. The other part of that excess reserve, I'd like to set up a matching grants fund so we can find private partners throughout the community and encourage them to donate for smaller projects throughout our parks using those matching funds. And finally, the restoration of the proposed cuts to the Park CIP program. I propose restoring those, and as an offset to that, delaying by 1 year the engineering on a streets project in Ward 5. And the difference should be, pennies, if any at all. So again, increase PD1 to restore those CIP funds, and then decrease the arterial fee or street maintenance assessment by about the same amount. So.
Okay, any questions, Councilor Rupsis? We already had discussion largely, so, okay. Okay, Councilmember Neese followed the rules and just talked about one, so so he needs to have his say. Councilmember Neese.
I'll go to my next one. This is on page 3. It was asking to the Parks Department to look at moving the O&M expenses back into from PD1 back into their O&M. This was my purpose. I explained it pretty well. If those council members who were not here, this was a temporary move. Then we passed 2 public safety mill levies after that. We initially did the move to kind of help make sure we didn't have to cut police and things like that. So we're just asking, we haven't seen that the Parks Department tried to get that moved out of there. I think Tom just mentioned there's always been seemed to be an overage in there, and they've been building up some reserves. So this would be a time to get that back. Again, relief to the taxpayers. They're facing lots of expenses, higher costs of operating their own personal budget. And I think we need to help them as best we can as far as reducing some of what we're going to be charging them. That's.
And Councilmember Neese, what's your preference? We'll go to Councilmember Treaky and back and forth to you, or you just want to run through yours as other people have done.
Okay, I'll go through them. Any questions on that one?
I guess I just want to make sure, Councilmember Dees, you're not proposing any, specifics offsets for that. You're not actually putting forward a full amendment of, move the money back and therefore decrease something, because obviously we can't increase the general fund levy. So something has to be cut. But did you want to discuss that about, what your preference would be for the offset?
Well, I think as I talked to you earlier today about that is, no, I don't have any specific offset to that. I think it's really up to the Parks Department. This was something that we did several years ago to help kind of save that department at that time and keep the public safety going. And I think that we have never seen them bring that back to us because this was supposed to be temporary. We've never seen them back to us saying, hey, we've tried to put that $1 million back and this is where it was. They've been running surpluses, and yet they continue to charge the amount. So they need to find ways that they can cut that. There's lots of vacancies. They're talking about how they can't hire people, so we know they're not spending some of that O&M money anyway. And so let's have them bring that budget back in line to what they're going to spend, and we probably can see that $1 million move over. If they can't, then they can let us know that.
Sorry, just a follow-up.
So just to be clear, though, that would require $1 million of cuts from the parks budget.
It could, and it could be $1 million in cuts. They moved $1 million over to begin with, so that freed up a lot of the general fund, and then we backfilled that with 2 public safety mill levies. And so, yeah, it could either do that or cut, squeeze the budget somewhere else throughout the entire general fund. Correct.
And just to be clear, the Parks Department budget, of course, didn't increase at all. They didn't spend more. They just got.
We shifted it. Right. Yeah, we shifted it from one to the other, and now since we've actually backfilled the general with public safety, we should be able to shift that back.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay. The next item was page 4. This is general again. This is another option as far as finding relief to taxpayers. We have the option to not put the entire full 74 mills out there. We can lower it approximately, down to 69. Again, that's about $1 million. And so, again, that would cause the staff would have to come back to us, look for vacancy savings, look for areas where, like Councilman Owen has pointed out, where they have reserves that they can actually trim that down. And for this year's budget, try to reduce those mills down as tight as they can this year to bring some tax relief to the residents. And again, I'm not advocating a $1 million cut across the board and every department drop 20% or something like that. I'm advocating that the departments really find out where they're having overages, where they can find those savings, and then bring those back to us with a reduction, and hopefully the total will get us back down to that 69 mills. Any questions on that?
Yeah, that was good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's see, this is number 4. This has to do with eliminating P-cars. We get paid $1,000 a month, plus some of us actually get another, believe it's $800. I don't know what the current amount is. I don't get that. But as far as if you have health insurance, you get an additional amount paid towards your health insurance. We get paid a lot. We're public servants. This is something I think that we, if we're taking people out to coffee or something like that, that's something that we can afford out of the $1,000. I don't really see a need for us to have a P cards and discretionary council funds. Any questions about that? Okay, I'll move on to the next one. Number 5. I'm advocating that at this point in time, we would really direct the staff through this budget because I don't know if you council members know, but when I asked Debbie Melling about, hey, how did pay to throw actually come to the city as a policy? And she said, well, it was put into a budget one time when you guys approved it, but it was never discussed with the council. It was that they said, this is how it's got in there. So I'm advocating that we actually direct staff to not to do that. I think, again, I think my position has been pretty clear. I think we need to make this an easy process for them. I think we do have to have some ability to charge people who abuse it. But I don't think we need to go and start charging people like we charge for water and like we charge for sewer and stuff like that. Needs to be more of a service that we charge more as a community base instead of a individual needs base. Any questions on that?
Only about the question about how much are we talking dollars? We haven't really seen a proposal.
So this one actually would make no change to the 23 budget at all. And what this would do is by eliminating those sentences in that paragraph, it would really direct staff to stop pursuing the pay to throw, but continue to find the pricing based upon how they have been doing it through community. I like the way they've parsed up some of the things. They've actually come out with a few things with the bulk items. But as far as the continuing on, really the way they've been charging as a community-based type system.
Okay, Councilmember, I saw Councilmember Roops, Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused about this. Pay to throw is actually written in city code, as we saw in the amendment, the city amendment last week that we looked at. It actually says in city code that we should be charging in proportion to use. So I don't think it was just a budget thing. I think if we want to eliminate pay to throw, we have to look at city code again. And maybe I think there's going to be a second reading on that next week. Maybe you'd want to bring it up then.
Yeah, I think there is some, they didn't use the word pay to throw, they used the word, based on usage. And I think we do that. We base usage based on when they go to the landfill, they dump, they weigh it, and there's a lot of that usage. If you have to have too many, enough garbage, you'll get 2 cans, so you're being charged based upon the higher usage of that. If you have a lot of items out there, bulk, you have to come someone pick up. So the current system has the ability to charge based on use. And what I'm advocating is continue that process, keep that the way they're charging per use to continue on that, not drilling down as the pay to throw down to like where they're billing for water. If you have so many pounds of trash, you're going to get charged so much. Or you need to go to the grocery store, buy bags and tags before you throw out your bags. So I'm asking them to eliminate the narrowness that they're focusing on that pay to throw.
Okay, yeah, we just don't have the time to dig too deep. That was, I assume, your point.
My point is that he's making a policy change and not a budget change.
Yeah, but apparently there's language in the budget book, so that's what he's talking about changing. So go ahead, Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Joy, is this something, okay?
Yeah, this is something. Yes, as a matter of fact, it's something. I do believe there was a discussion. I don't agree that pay you as you throw was something that was not discussed at council. It was discussed at council, and it was discussed at budget time, and it was, the discussion revolved around the subsidy, the use of collections that were actually subsidizing. And we went through that same discussion with water. So we did have that discussion. I do think so. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. Keep moving, Councilmember Neese.
Okay. Unless there's questions, I'm going to keep moving, as the mayor says. Sure. Let's see, number 6, it talked about different departments. Let's see, and again, this is a lot similar to what Councilmember Owen proposed in really asking the question. We've already, again, I'm looking for ways that we can alleviate the tax burden of the payers. Just like I told you, I was going to bring tax cuts if I could. We've already given a lot of employees through the public safety mill levies, 43. Now we're asking for 15 more. Are these positions really necessary? And I don't think they are. And even if some of them we hear they're going to add them in the public works and the collection pickup, again, we're hearing the vacancy there. They don't have it, and so why they're asking for money? That if they're going to reduce those, what I'm asking is to reduce those, also reduce the fees appropriately based upon the amount. So if it's outside the general fund, reduce the fees for appropriate for whatever they're not having to use, and keep the budget as tight as possible this year.
Councilmember Boyette?
My problem with this one is that it's all or nothing. I know a couple of jobs that I would like to increase, a couple of positions. This doesn't give me any options. It's either all or nothing, and that's why I can't deal with it.
And my amendment is sure for reducing all of them, but again, I would like to hear, make sure the staff and understand that, like Councilmember Owen said, maybe it's not all of them. Maybe they come to us and say, no, we've got to have this one, or we got to have that one. And so it wouldn't have to be.
Staff members forward.
Right.
Supervisors, they could say, and give me their reasons why.
Yeah, so maybe it's instead of 15 cut, maybe it's only 10. Right, yeah. Okay, this next one, number 7, I'm actually asking for us to hold off on assessing the two mills for the public mental health for fiscal year '23. I think there's, as has been mentioned many times throughout the discussions for this, I think we have to wait. We need to really develop the plan, make sure that we're asking for, we have our goals of what we want to see these organizations meeting, and then bring their presentations to us. We seem to have the cart before the horse. We're hearing all these presentations, and we don't even know what our goals and objectives are. And there's other communities, there may be other organizations that may be wanting to get involved, and we don't know because we've never put out the proposals of what the city wants to do and get accomplished. So I would say we do need to raise that at some point in the future, and I think if we do decide to move forward with one of these other ones, we still have marijuana money that's going to be coming in that we can use to supplement the program that we approve until we hold the mill levy next year.
I guess I have a question for you, Councilmember Neese, but also any council members. The question of who else might provide these services in the way of the crisis response unit, counselors, or the shelter, a place to take. You're right, we have not put out some massive RFP for that. But the very specific question, this isn't a theoretical question, is any other organizations talking to any council members here saying they really want a shot at this? Council, is there anybody sitting here? Councilmember Owen, I'm also addressing this to you. Does anybody know of an organization, and if so, who is that organization? It's too late in the game to be talking in generalities here. Who else? What other organizations? Councilmember Purington?
I will say that they're advocating for the money, but they're also saying slow down because there's other options out there. So
who is saying what exactly?
I'm talking to some of the legislators. I've talked with county commissioners, to the county commissioners, and trying to see if there is some way that we could coordinate, not commingle, but coordinate their 3.5 mills, our 2 mills, to do something different. I think Medicaid's going to have a big bearing on this, and we won't know that till the session starts. So, yeah, I don't know that I'm free to say who else I've talked with at this point, because some of them are actually in competition with each other, so.
Okay, anybody else want to comment on that further? Councilmember Boyette?
We told the public we wanted to raise money for mental health and substance abuse. They voted for it. Let's collect the money. Andy can put it aside. We are going to do something in the near future. If not today, tomorrow. We're going to do something yet this year. We haven't even started collecting the money yet. So let's put it aside, save the money so Andy can't spend it on anything wild weekend. And we will use the money, I guarantee that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember, yes.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with that, Councilmember Boyette, but one of the key things on this is to make sure that we codify whatever that how we do that, and so that when we do go to spend the money, the council knows what the results are going to be once we spend the money. On to option number 8, and that may be my final one unless I forgot one. Similar to the mill levies, the mental health mill levies. I think, again, we need to hold this money, not start spending it until we actually codify how do we want to use that money. As the council and as the staff, we should sit together, find out really what is it that we want to achieve with this money, because we got money coming in, people are starting to ask for it, and we don't even know what we want to accomplish with it. So again, a resolution to be kind of codified. Resolutions are easily changed, and so we can, if we need to change that, we can always change the plan and the direction if we see something not going the way we want to. But it gives direction for the people out there looking to see this money coming in. This is what the council wants to do. Here's the proposal for it to do that, and then we can really be more effective in how we spend that money.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to Councilor Tricky. I think you'll be our last. Oh, no, Councilor Purington still may have items. Councilor Tricky. Okay, good. Councilmember Tricky?
So pages 19, 20, and 21, my proposals 3, 4, and 5 all have to do with the mill levy and the marijuana money, which I believe we should be throwing together. And proposal number 2, which is on page 18, is to discuss the size of the contingency fund, which I was not prepared to do until we've already seen what else we're spending money on. So those are the things that I've got in there. If you have questions about, well, page 19 was the, we saw the proposal today for the crisis response unit. Page 20, number 4, is my saying that we really can't go forward with any of the spending of this money unless the city has an expert on staff that can, one, do the work of writing the RFPs, do the work of being in touch with the committees and all the different organizations that are out there. This is a huge area, it's a huge project, and we're not going to be able to pull it off without staff. And so this is putting a staff person in there. And my last ask that's on there is I believe that we really need to start doing public education campaigns. Right now, I believe that a big part of the lawlessness that's going on in our town is because of the breakdown of our leadership saying to people, hey, you should not be obeying laws just because you might get caught and punished. You should be obeying laws because it's the right thing to do. Don't litter. It's the right thing to do. I mean, this is essentially a different take on broken windows. Instead of arresting people, we tell people, stop breaking windows. You know, it's the right thing to do. And, you know, so those are my initiatives.
Sounds like we need to get a parks project manager, assistant clerk, and HR payroll specialist who will also liaison with Substance Abuse Connect and Continuum of Care. One person. Very good. Perfect. Councilmember Purington.
2 of the things that I did not mention, and I have it on here for me, it is debatable for me whether or not we collect those 2 mills. I do believe that we need to have very much more of a process in mind of how we're going to distribute those, how they will be used. Same thing with the marijuana money. I put these before the marijuana money. And then as far as the FTEs, it was kind of funny because, Jennifer, I flipped on, these are the ones that you didn't want, and these are the ones that I wanted. So there you go. But I do think that we do not need to, or at least I need a little bit more rationale as to why we need any more FTEs at this point. Because I do believe that we'll have some issues with people paying their taxes, with inflation going on and some of the other issues, so.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that was helpful. Getting in our mind, help us process things a little bit, understand things better. Council, it is 8 till 10. Further questions, direction, or do we move on to try to wrap up this meeting? Okay, that's clear. Councilmember Purington?
So I guess that's my question to Chris is, with these budget amendments, will there be any sort of comments from staff, the department directors, whether or not, you know, some of these things for them to advocate for this, or we've heard enough from them? And so now it's just time for us to make that choice among the council members and move on, and we do that next week whenever we approve the budget. That's my question.
So mayor, council, directors will all be available to answer questions. I know they certainly are happy to and will want to clarify any of the cuts, period. But as you're talking about FTEs and people, so we'll gladly clarify those issues.
Chris, can I just interrupt you? I apologize
Yes,
on that.
please.
We're putting an awful lot of eggs in that business meeting with very limited time. So I think it'd be very helpful if we could get written explanations for any FTEs between now and then by email. That's my thought. What do other council members think? Or some other way so we don't have to do so much that night.
So I'm certainly not going to say no. Can we just talk this out a little bit? What was in the budget packet? What was in the material? And part of this process, at least in the discussion, was just because one person says, I want to cut some, the idea wasn't that there was going to have to be a lot of response. Part of this dialogue that you didn't get, I didn't get, none of us got, was there going to be, did we start to see some things that ruminated to the top or bottom as to what to take time with? We can give you more written. I mean, it will take time to do that, but we can, if that's the area that you want to go to, it would be helpful if it weren't just all 15 FTEs. It would be really nice to know these are the 3 that we really don't understand their value. I guess that would be my ask in that regard. Then the other huge ones is cutting $1 million. I mean, I don't know if you're, I think there were proposals to cut $2 million out of the general fund if it's the 5 mills plus the shift back what went to parks. That's $2 million in cuts. There's a lot of work there.
Yeah. Councilmember Tricky, and I saw another hand, Councilmember Boyette.
My intention weeks ago when we started this was so that we would not get ambushed on the week before we have to vote on the budget with $2 million of requests and cuts. So I'm very disappointed that here we are, week before. I'm looking forward to a headline, somewhere around Wednesday or Thursday that Parks is going to turn off the pools for the summer. I mean, we need to be ahead of the game when we're doing this stuff and not just throw it out at the last moment, especially not when it's huge things like that.
Councilmember Boyette, and Councilmember Owen has her hand up after Councilmember Boyette.
Well, there's 2 staff members like Carla in HR and Denise in the city that I'd like to have a response from them, why they needed their particular person. I feel that we need to hear from them. Also, there was and Councilman Shaw, grant coordinator. Go ahead.
I don't need justification for this because I will continue to advocate for it, but because it has maybe turned up on some people's lists, I think the grant coordinator is an incredibly important position that perhaps we could use a little more information on.
Councilmember Owen?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to express a slight concern. I don't consider the positions that I'm proposing to cut unimportant. I'm questioning their urgency in this current fiscal year. So if there's going to be staff response, that's what I'd like to hear, is why are they essential this year? And if they are that essential, are there things that we could cut to fund them instead? I'd rather not sort of have an argument about just their merit. I think timeliness is what matters as much to me. I don't dispute that they're needed. I'm just not convinced they're needed this year when we have such economic challenges and already a massive tax increase coming.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Denise.
Yeah, and I think, Chris, I don't think if you take my both amendments about the $1 million is, I would not advocate for both of those together, one or the other. And that's what I'm asking for so I'm not looking for that. Either way, it's going to affect the general fund one way or the other. And I think, Andy, when the numbers finally come out, we may find out that housing prices increased higher and we may have a little better mill levy that we don't have to do the full 74. But the other thing I would suggest is some of these proposals were similar and you may want to combine them together. And then we'll shorten the list and then resend the list with some combined lists. And again, especially with the personnel, I'm not hard and fast on the 15. I want some real good justification of how we can find savings in some of those departments.
And I would just encourage staff, if as a result of this discussion, your thoughts have evolved, or you talk to other council members, and you want to refine your proposal, please do so, but distribute that before Monday night as best as we can. We need as much notice as possible. I see 3 hands, Councilmembers Purington, Shaw, Rupsis, and Gulick. Purington, Shaw, Rupsis, and Gulick.
Thank you. And I guess I just want to ask Councilmember Shariki what the total amount of what your increases would be in the budget with your proposals. I think you had 3 or 4 maybe that you wanted to increase contingency fund and hire, these various positions. So do you feel within this economic situation that we're in, that those are a priority for the city at this point?
All of the things that I proposed, with the exception of increasing the council discretionary fund, would be part of the 2 mills or the marijuana excise money. So all of it would be money that we are getting or could get. None of it would require, the only thing that would require a cut someplace else would be the council contingency fund.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw, and then Rupsis.
Thank you. 2 points. It's up to council members to combine our amendments. That's not staff's job. These aren't their amendments, there are amendments. So, okay, so yeah, so I would put that back on council of that. Don't ask them to combine things they created a budget. If we want to change it, then we need to take ownership of that. The second point is about the cuts. Gosh, we were in this exact same situation 2 years ago, and I can remember the council majority voting and saying, what would it look like to cut $3 million from the general fund? Staff came back and said it would look like this. Well, everyone was upset at staff about that. That was not their fault. They came back and brought us information we asked for. So I would really say for anyone who is suggesting a specific cut and reducing the budget, please be specific about what it is that you want to eliminate or where the money is going to come from, because putting that back on staff, I think, is unreasonable and unfair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Rupsis, Gulick, and Joy.
Yeah, so that was my point about combining the amendments. So thank you for that. But I'd also say that, Chris, I think if they're going to be able to do that, they need that information sooner rather than later about what staff's priorities are and what those urgency for those positions are. So the quicker that they can be provided with that information, the more likely they will be able to combine those amendments on their own.
Thanks. Is it really the 3 positions we've talked about that you'd like to have more information on? Grants coordinator, HR position, and records manager, and all that. That's easy for us to put more information together for you.
Okay.
Well,
if it's just a quick question?
Yeah, just in response to that, because I think I put in there the IT manager for the airport. And I thought with the airport just coming back online and everything, I felt like that was something that was kind of important, and it was my understanding that it was going to be paid for out of federal dollars, maybe, or is that not true?
Is an airport budget cost, it's right, I mean, it's not a general fund cost,
Yeah,
it's an airport budget cost, and all their funding comes through the FAA and or their leases and things of that nature, so it's a self-contained financial system.
Councilor Gulick, did you still have something?
Well, no, just I don't think we should put staff in the position of trying to be editor and trying to divine what the intention was of council members. But yes, the point is true that some of them are very similar. So I think it would be good for council members to meet on those. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor.
Okay, and I suggest that because they were the ones who combined our priorities, and I thought they did a decent job on that, and so that's why if you don't want it, then we will combine our own, and that'd be fine.
But if staff wants to make suggestions how to clean up this, all the better. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would suggest that everyone go back and reread their budget overview. Taxes have been mentioned a lot of times, but reread your budget overview and tell me that everything that we're looking at is actually funded from taxes. reread your budget overview before we want to make cuts and talk about taxes. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor, we ready to wrap this up? Call it a night? Then is there any public comment on our plans to spend $500 million? Seeing nobody, we'll call it a public comment on that item. But item number 7, Chris, our meeting for 1 week from today, anything that you wanted to warn us about? The packet is out. Given that how much we've got to do with budget, we'll have to move quickly on all those items as best we can.
It's dominated by the budget. I mean, that's next week, and next week we worked really hard to keep it to budget. Anything else that snuck in there was mandated deadlines. So the overwhelming majority of the budget action items, there's consent things, but it's all budget focused.
Okay.
So,
Anything else?
sorry, no.
Okay, any public comment on that item? No? So we'll close public comment period. Councilmember Tricky, and then we'll go to general discussion. Councilmember Tricky?
Actually, discussion.
Okay, discussion.
I liked one of the comments you made in your opening comments about the flooding, and I would like to make a motion to direct staff to take a look at tipping fees, of the tipping fees for flood victims in our neighboring communities.
And Chris, can you comment? We've had some discussion with Debbie, and the hope would be those costs might not be too high, but do you want to comment further? And then we'll ask if there's a second.
Yeah, there were some emails at the end of the day today. I was surprised at how few pounds have come across, but there have been some. But I want to say we're talking about $4,000 worth of fees. Is that, I got to find it here. That was yesterday.
Saturday was roughly $1,500 that we collected, but that was expected to be a very high day, and then we expect them to decline. But we're talking thousands of dollars, not hundreds of thousands of dollars, put it that way. But that's one of the things I think staff would want to look at and be comfortable with, that it's not too much and it's not forever. Oh, it has to be defined by, limited by time.
Yeah, so I think we've got some information we can share there, and we can thoughtfully share that with the rest of you guys tomorrow. I think it only came to a few of us in response to questions. Staff, we have certainly talked at a high level, not specific, but it's time to get specific. How can we help? We certainly want to be helpful to our neighbors who are going through this. And the first night, yes, we had an opportunity to send a vehicle, and we sent that vehicle, and we got someone from Billings Clinic down there to a safe place. So there's more we would like to do to make ourselves available as a neighboring community.
Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I was reading an article the other day about all the people who had won the lottery. And about 75% of those people bellied up and went broke within a short time because they didn't know how to manage their money. A couple of years ago, here we were debating whether the park was going to close the swimming pools. Now we're flush with cash. I think we need to slow down a little bit. Anything you read on the news, they're even talking about the R word, a recession. I don't think we should spend every dime we have just because we have it. Do we need to spend some money? Yes. Let's try to get it in the middle instead of one extreme or the other. Just common sense says, let's save a little bit for tomorrow. Let's see what happens in a year. Maybe things will change again. Who knows? But I'd like to get a couple of jobs for the people who claim that they need it, have them share that with us. But then I'd like not to spend too much more money than we have to. Just common sense. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come back to the tipping fee issue, Councilor Shaw?
Thank you. This is on the tipping fee issue. I would suggest if the number's low enough, we still have some money in our council contingency fund that from this year that we could allocate toward that to make it net neutral for public works if that ends up being a significant amount of money. I mean, more than $4,000.
Okay, again, I don't know if there's a second, or we'd have to define this motion, but there's not a second at this point. So, okay, there was a second for staff to do something. Councilor Bernice.
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Boyette as far as not spending too much on that. And I think it has to do with this as well. We think we're flush with cash and I mean, the Public Works planned the budget based upon what they're going to get in tipping fees. And I think we have to realize that it's a disaster area. There's going to be federal money that's going to be spent on probably a lot of this that's going out. So they may likely get reimbursed for some of the fees they're paying the city anyway. So I don't know if there's something that we need to do on that right now. Maybe if you do anything, I think Councilmember Gulick mentioned that they're probably bringing this stuff pretty wet and heavy, and maybe give them a slight discount if it's a flood victim, just because it's all probably soaking wet and it's adding a lot of weight to their load. But other than that, I think we need to kind of take a step back, find out what the feds are doing as far as the disaster, and then if there is something we can do, maybe, but.
Yeah, I guess my only comment on that is time is of the essence, just because most of the stuff is going to be coming in. If we spend a couple of weeks to debate this, the issue is over. That'd be my only comment, that time to act be now, but I wouldn't want us to commit ourselves to something open-ended that costs too much, and it would need to be limited to just give staff direction within a certain dollar amount that was not too high. But Chris,
Mayor, I should have said, the first sentence in this email this afternoon, a new account for Red Lodge has been set up at the landfill. So we are tracking, provided the person, we ask the right question, they give us the information. We are tracking how much is coming from Red Lodge in a mechanism that I think will provide us an opportunity to decide, okay, and apparently it's being charged to an account, Red Lodge Area Community Foundation. So we can.
Yeah, just to clarify though, Chris, I think those are, that's a fund that's been established by the Red Lodge Community Foundation to help people.
Yep.
And so those are private donations that are going to pay our tipping fees, which are roughly double what we ourselves pay. So those aren't coming out of FEMA's pockets. Those are coming out of private donors to Red Lodge. Now, at some point, could somebody be entitled to FEMA reimbursement for all that? Maybe. I don't know. But right now, there's a fund to help people. And yeah, and hopefully we know. Hopefully we're tracking who's bringing in the money or well, yeah, we then give them an account, or they have an account that we charge, so that the Community Foundation Red Lodge pays it rather than the individual.
Yep.
That's how we know.
And I think with that, we can obviously decide, part of the discussion was using our in-city fee for this unique situation versus our out-of-city, which at least would cover our cost and not have us going backwards, but it's not what we typically think of in making money from the fact that our in-city is who built the landfill and who pays for it. So that would be one way to offer a pretty significant discount and yet not go backwards.
Councilman Treek, I'm going to ask you to amend your motion to add a little clarity, so we have something to vote on. And so what would you think about authorizing staff to move on this, as long as it didn't last for more than a month, because we could always come back to it then, it'd be a discount that would not reduce it to less than what every Billings citizen pays, and that the total out cost of opportunity cost not exceed $20,000.
And then it goes to the community fund?
And they would figure out the mechanics of how but those would be the sideboards. Not more than a month, not more than $25,000 total cost, and a discount not to exceed getting it down to what we charge ourselves.
Yep, that's fine with me.
Does that make sense? And was there a second?
20 to 25 at some point there?
Yeah, you did.
Oh, I'm sorry. So what would put a number, some sort of a parameter for maximum?
Well, 20.
20? Okay. Okay, and then staff having authorization to just proceed. That's what, I don't know if we have the power to do this in a work session, but, well, Chris, do you have the power
Yeah,
just within your
that's well
budget
within the
authority?
80. What I wrote it down is track it for 30 days. What comes in from Red Lodge, think of the cap at 20K as to what the.
What's in your discretion?
Yep.
How much can
Well, I don't have a discretionary fund, but I am authorized to sign contracts up to 80, and that goes to that trust thing. Is it consistent with the budget that you guys have adopted? So.
Okay. Councilmember Ripsis?
We're just talking about Red Lodge, nothing
Oh,
like
no, I
Fromberg or
apologize.
anybody else?
Any Montana community affected by the flood, but it would predominantly be Carbon County. Thank you. That's a further sideboard. Okay. What's that?
Do they normally bring up their trash to us?
Yeah, they have no landfill. Okay, are we ready to vote on that? Okay. If you remember the motion, all in favor of that, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Aye.
Okay, and Councilmember Neese and Parrington voted against it. Everybody else voted in favor. Okay, that's it. Any other items of discussion? Public comment on non-agenda items. Then nobody's coming forward, then we're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
In geological time, that's close to 7:30.
Yeah, yes. And Roy, Public Works budgeting based on it, that would be true. That's true. Well.